Good morning, all. Hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all. I welcome you all to the fourth international conference on recent advancements in engineering and technology, ICRAET 2021, organized by Institute for Engineering. So, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERT is a predominant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERT form constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERT is one among the leading publisher of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analyze magazine. So I just want to explain about our conference, which is important part, like the International Conference on Recent Advancements in Engineering and Technology, which is ICRAET 2020, which is scheduled to take place on the 29th and 30th of January 2021, which is today and tomorrow, in the beautiful city of Delhi. We'll focus on establishing the bar for effective future inclinations with engineering and technology. The international conference has been specifically designed with the intention of delivering outstanding outcomes and challenges in the engineering sector. It intends to bring collective research, scientists, technicians, and scholars in all fields of engineering technology for the propagation of original research conclusions, new approaches, and development practices. ICRAET 2021 imagination has resulted in launching this incredible and unique, innovative, involving experts from all fields. ICRAET 21 is organized specially to furnish delegates with hard to find knowledge and expertise that they will find nowhere else. So I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, Dr. Prabhat Ranjan, Chief Guest for ICRAET Vice Chancellor D.Y. Patil of Perpetual Help System Delta, Philippines. And the second keynote speaker, Professor Jake R. Pompereda, MEIT, Science Research Specialist to Technological University of Philippines, Vicias, of Negros Occidental Philippines. The third keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Director Chairman of Dr. Anil Kumar C. Institute of Engineering and Technology, Ahmedabad.
Are we connected still? Pooja, you can hear me? Pooja, can you hear me? क्या हो रहा है? Anyone there?
Sir, I'm really sorry, sir.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sorry, it's because of purely technical issue. Since everyone has joined, I would like to continue our session. So next, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Prabhat Ranjan, Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil International University, Pune, Maharashtra, to deliver his speech. So prior to that, I want to give a small introduction about Prabhat Ranjan sir. Currently, he is the Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil International University, Pune. Before this, for 5 years, he was heading India's technology think tank, TAFEC, as its executive director. For next 20 years, he has done research work with nuclear fusion. He did modeling and simulation and used this to improve the performance of tokamaks in India. He was associated with all three tokamaks in India. Currently, 2 are in running and 1 is under development. And from 2002 to 2013, which is he has involved with research and teaching related to embedded systems and sensor networks. He was working on several projects to track wildlife using sensor networks in collaboration with Wildlife Institute of India. Sir, if I'm audible, so that you can proceed with your speech.
Yeah,
Thank you so
I
much.
would like to share a presentation, if you don't mind.
Sure, sir.
Is the presentation visible?
Yes, sir. The video is visible.
Okay. I'm changing the slide. Can you see if the slide is changing?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I think since we have lost a lot of time, I will be very brief. I was heading India's technology think tank in Delhi called TIFAC, as was introduced. And there we prepared this document, Technology Vision 2035. I will talk about this, where actually we talk about India's technology trajectory in coming decades and how it relates to potential for innovation. This document, the foreword was written by Prime Minister of India, and it was launched by Prime Minister of India 5 years ago on January 3, 2016. I will skip all the other things. Let me just go to one aspect. The document actually talks about quality of life of Indian citizens. We have defined 12 parameters. These are called prerogatives. The 6 on the top are individual prerogatives and 6 at the bottom are collective. For example, one of them is clean air and potable water. For each of these prerogatives, we have defined certain focus targets for the country and certain broad targets for the country. With each of these prerogatives, we have defined technology table. In the technology table, there are 4 columns. These are technologies which we expect to lead us to fulfillment of those prerogatives. The leftmost column is technology which is ready to deploy. That means technology which is available off the shelf or within India or outside India, which can be easily adapted to our needs. The second column is technology which needs to go from lab to field. This is where India has to work much harder. The third column is technology which needs targeted development, where we have very well focused problems that we are trying to solve, like India is trying to go to, say, Moon or Mars with a very well defined problem. India has been very successful in such attempts. There are about 60 of those listed here. Out of that, Niti Aayog has taken about 20 to support. The last column is the one that I'm going to focus on. That is technology which is in imagination. We thought these were technologies that will happen or may not happen, may take 25, 30 years. It's very uncertain. And we covered a number of those in this. Let me leave out the other details. But before proceeding further, I would like to say that this document, which is focused on quality of life of Indian citizens, is supported by technology roadmaps in 12 sectors. And I have personally put education right on the top of this because I felt that education is the key to success for the country. And that's why I wanted to come back to education sector as I decided to come as a vice chancellor for a university, and that to a private university, which was, I'm a founder vice chancellor, so I have the opportunity as well as challenge to set up this university. If I get a chance, I'll come back to this later on. So let me focus on technology and imagination. These are the mind-boggling technologies which we thought may happen, may not happen. But what was surprising was that the time it took us about 1 to 1.5 years time to actually develop the document and hand it over to Prime Minister. Within that time itself, some of these technologies started to happen. Let me share some of these with you. One of them that you might be aware now, it was not well known when we put it there, Hyperloop technology, which allows us to move at the speed of 1200 kilometers per hour. And that is faster than the civilian aircraft speed, which moves at about 800 to 900 kilometers per hour. So for example, you want to go from Delhi to Mumbai, you can be covering it in, normally the flights would cover about 2 hours. This can go in 18 minutes time. Fortunately, because of our putting this into document, India started to follow this up. And there's work going on connecting Mumbai and Pune, connecting Chennai and Bangalore, connecting Amravati, Vijayawada, and so on. Nowhere in the world it has been done. So India is also in the race, and other countries are also trying this out. So this is game-changing technology. Similarly, there's a technology called Hyperchariot, which again very uncertain, but this can move at 4,000 miles per hour, so roughly 6,400 to 6,500 kilometers per hour. The inventor of this said that when he's in Los Angeles, he wants to see Agra, come to Agra to see Taj Mahal, he should be able to do it in 2 hours and return back after seeing the thing in 2 hours. That's the concept of Hyperchariot. Then, as we have seen the COVID era, the use of internet has increased tremendously. We have visualized that augmented reality and virtual reality is likely to become the more prevalent way of communication and teaching in coming years. So this is what this picture is depicting. You can see this student is studying this using augmented reality. Use of artificial intelligence will bring customized education. I do not have time to go into details, but it's a very interesting area that is happening, where we are going back to the traditional Guru Shishya parampara, where a disciple used to go to a Guru's place and used to learn, to stay with him. And the Guru used to decide how much time he or she would take to complete the education. It was not 3 years or 4 years course. This is vertical multi-layer farming, which will allow you to grow crops 40 to 300 times more crop in the same area with 90% less water use, no pesticide, and so on. This has been tried in many parts of the world, including US in 3 cities, in Singapore, in Japan, India also. At least I'm aware of Goa. There's one trial of this kind that's going on.
سلام.
Yeah.
سلام، حال شما خوبی؟ ممنونم، سلامت باشید. لینک رو براتون فرستادم شرکت کنید. البته مال من نیست هنوز.
There's a disturbance.
ولی خب آره، ارائه دیگران داره برای ظاهر میشه. شرکت کنید. نوه اونها شما هم هستم.
Yeah. There's a concept of artificial. Somebody is talking on the microphone. Can he or she mute that?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You can continue.
Yeah. So there is a technique of artificial leaf which converts sunlight and carbon dioxide into fuel more efficiently than natural leaves. Similarly, there is a technology of artificial trees which will capture carbon dioxide at 1,000 times more efficiency than that of natural tree. We have put all of this in India's plan for climate change commitments that we have made in 2015 in Paris, where I was present to support the technology that India is going to develop. Another technology that we have seen was meat without animal. That means you can grow using cell culture in the lab, and this is the same meat that we eat through animals, and this is a meat without animal. Just recently, towards the end of the last year, Singapore has allowed sale of this, and a gentleman from India, actually from Andhra, Dr. Umavaleti, is also developing this. And just today morning, he shared the news that some gentleman who was given to test this, a chef, could not make out the difference. He could not realize that it is not meat coming out of normal animal. And so this is going to be a game changer. It's likely to be happening. It's already started in Singapore. In next 1 or 2 years, it's starting to become more widespread. From Indian population point of view, whether it's a vegetarian or non-vegetarian, that will be a debate, because it does not involve animal. According to me, it's just a protein source, because no cruelty to animal is involved, no life is involved. So according to me, it may be vegetarian, but whether people in general would accept that, I'm not sure. 3D printing, all of you are familiar. Even houses are being printed today. In India also this has started. The classroom is getting revolutionized with the 3D printing, not only engineering, but even cooking classes, geography classes, history classes, archaeology class. All of these are getting revolutionized with 3D printers. Bone and cartilage production through 3D printers is happening. You can have normal manufacture, you have plaster of Paris casting. Now this can be done using 3D printer, which is also looking like a designer cast, as well as you can actually feed in. You can feed in ultrasound through, you can see on the right side, ultrasound waves through which actually it heals the bones faster. It's much lighter, much comfortable. Organs are being produced. It's likely in about 10 years' time, we may start to use this directly. Heart and blood vessels are being produced through 3D printers. Even another interesting thing related to this is that organs for human transplant are being grown inside sheep and pigs. And so you grow this and then harvest this for saving human life. And then, as you may be aware, there are millions of people waiting for transplant. Otherwise, they will not be able to survive anymore. Similarly, there have been biobags developed, this artificial womb, which actually, in this particular picture, a baby sheep is being grown inside this. So similarly, humans could be next in this. So we have womb being produced, has been created. Human sperm has been created in the labs. Human eggs has been created in labs. That means can we combine all of this together and then finally have a reproduction the way we seen natural way of reproduction may end, and we might be able to produce human babies inside the lab. And that will lead to what is called designer babies as well. Human brain-computer interface is changing the way things are completely cannot be imagined. For example, this is from a movie scene, Ex Machina, where this lady robot develops consciousness. I'll not go into those details. This is my favorite area. I had organized an event in Delhi in 2015 on Future of Brain. Those of you interested can go through the YouTube links. I personally helped this gentleman who is in Coimbatore, Mr. Suresh, who is in locked-in condition, who cannot move, he cannot speak. Only he can blink his eyes and move his head. Using this, I allowed him to operate computers, and he regularly writes blogs. This was about 9 years ago. In 2015, also, I predicted that by 2018, we should be seeing human memory prosthetics. That means, suppose my memory is less, I can add into my brain a pen drive kind of thing. It will add to my memory. And actually, this news came up in 2018 exactly. For the first time ever, scientists boosted human memory with a brain implant, what I had talked about in 2015. Then body and machine interface has been developed also. For example, this gentleman lost his arm, and instead of wanting to have prosthetic arm, he actually wanted a tattooing machine connected to his body. Digital immortality in various forms is likely to come. For example, I'm working on Avatar C, which is expected in 2030, 2035, but it may happen earlier, which means where our biological body gives up, the digital version of our body will remain, body or brain would remain, will continue to survive in our digital form, unlike the biological form, and that can be for infinite period. Let me leave out this part. The other interesting thing that is happening is that we are starting to move more and more into space. One of the reasons, and you will see that a lot of private investment is happening in this area. For example, Elon Musk is one of the person who has been supporting this through his SpaceX endeavor. And actually, what we are seeing is that NASA has actually made a calculation, and he says that they say that between Mars and Jupiter, there's a asteroid belt. The asteroid belt has so much of mineral wealth that if we divide among all the people on the earth, everyone will get $100 billion. So naturally, so much money, people will want to go there. That's one of the target people are working on. So for example, this particular space rock is worth quadrillions of dollars, which NASA is trying to go to. Human hibernation is being tried so that we can go into space for a long time. Let me leave out these details because short of time. So already asteroid missions have been there. Japan has brought first time a sample from asteroid after a long time. I think almost 10 years it took for them to bring that back. Similarly, NASA has started an asteroid mission as well. Similarly, as you might be aware, Elon Musk has started the Starlink project where thousands of small satellites are covering our sky. And through this, he's starting to deliver 106 megabits per second link to anybody, anywhere on the earth. And he says that if India gives the approval, then in June of this year, he would also provide the service to India. Of course, today we have been facing a lot of internet problem. We probably had problem in this event. I had problem connecting. My home has problem with internet. So it's going to be a miracle if this can happen. You can see this coverage here. The last point that I wanted to make was from my area of nuclear fusion, where we have been talking about nuclear fusion for the last 70 years, but every time we keep saying that it's going to be done in 20 years. But actually, certain things are, let me skip the detail. There's a lot of progress made. So if I look at this curve, for example, you will see the red curve that is there. The red one is Moore's law, and the blue one is nuclear fusion progress through a product called triple product called fusion figure of merit. And as you can see, that just like Moore's law has progressed, and we are all proud of that, nuclear fusion also progressed. And we are very close to achieving nuclear fusion as an energy source. We're expecting in 2020, we'll expect to see net gain of energy. And then by 2035, we expect to see commercialization. It's much faster than we expected, which was expected to be 2060. And because of this, investments in privately funded fusion ventures have grown tremendously. Many companies have received fundings ranging from tens of millions of dollars to $750 million. India, actually, I'm leading a project called Project Sanlan. Sanlan is a Sanskrit word for fusion, which we have started just now. It is a private investment in this project is being done by Silicon Valley funders based out of California. And actually, this is the first private initiative of this kind in India. And just about a month back, I made this announcement, and we hope to actually develop a clean and long-term energy solution, medical isotopes, and also develop a space propulsion technology at 1/5 to 1/20 the cost needed for similar development in Western countries. This is the first time any university or any private initiative in the country is being done. There's only one institute right now working on this, that is Institute of Plasma Research in Gandhinagar. I was there for a long time. There's one more center in Calcutta, which is almost stopped now. So this is the first time in the country any initiative of this kind in uncertain field is being started, and I'm proud to be leading that effort. Let me leave out these other things here. But what we see in education in the future is everything is digital. Digital health revolution is taking place, digital manufacturing is taking place, future of business is digital, supply chain is transforming into digital form, finance, as we are aware, it becomes digital, culture is becoming digital, fashion is becoming digital. And so actually, when I started this university in 2018, D.Y. Patil International University in Pune, I had realized the digital future that is there, and COVID actually pushed that us to adopt that. But from day one, I was focused on digital future, and because of that, I've done certain things. I will not talk about that today because short of time. To end my talk, I would say that technology is happening at a faster rate than we expect. technology foresight, being able to see future is very, very important today. The kind of work we have done in Technology Vision 2035, all of you can download the document from TIFAC website, or else you can connect to me. I'll hand it over to you. Invention and innovation backed by IPR protection is going to be critical for India to move ahead in knowledge-led society of this current century. The Technology Vision 2035, that document that I've talked about, can serve to set the direction to guide nation in meeting the aspirations of young mind. We need to be prepared for major disruptions in all aspects of our life, and COVID has done that disruption that we have seen. Education system has to respond to this quickly. A new education policy of Government of India seems to be the step in the right direction. And what I'm also seeing is that role of private investments is very important, both research and education in coming years, that will make sure that country progresses. And I'm proud to be leading one effort, not actually one effort, there are two efforts. One is in nuclear fusion area, other is to solve chronic health problems. Both of them I'm leading, all from private investment. And my focus is on education, healthcare, and energy. Thank you very much. I'll stop.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable speech. Next, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers. Firstly, sir, if Mr. Ajay Rana is available so that we can proceed with our speech, sir.
Yeah, I'm very much available.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Prior to that, I just want to give a brief explanation or information about Mr. Dr. Ajay Rana. So he is alumnus of Kurukshetra University, has demonstrated his intellectual, interpersonal, managerial skills with vast teaching experience in academics and industry, with role ranging from lecturer to professor to director to dean within a span of 20 years. His areas of interest include machine learning, Internet of Things, augmented reality, software engineering, and soft computing. He has 42 patents under his name in the field of IoT, network and sensors. He has published more than 271 research papers in reputed journals like ASIM, Springer, Elsevier, Taylor, and Francis and others, and international and national conferences. Co-authored 7 books and co-edited 36 conference proceedings. Professor Rana is chairman of AUN Research Labs, senior member of IEEE, and life member of Computer Society of India and ISTE. He is also the member of editorial board and review committee of several journals. He has undertaken 36 sponsored research projects and 9 major systems-based management HRD consultancies in a number of reputed organizations, both public and private, in India and abroad. 18 students have completed their PhD under him, and currently 8 students are working on the doctorate under him. He has organized more than 500 conferences, workshops, faculty development program seminars, and talks sponsored by IEEE, Springer, CSI, and others. Sir, Mr. Ajay Rana, you can proceed with your speech, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Srikant. So I'm audible, Professor Srikant?
Yes, it is audible, sir. You can proceed.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all present here. Good afternoon to across the globe, but the good morning as per my Indian time. It gives me the great pleasure to be the part of this morning at the opening of the 4th International Conference on recent advancements in engineering and technology. I think someone has muted me, so I'm so sorry. By the Institute for Engineering and Research and Publication. I extend my gratitude towards the organizer for inviting me as the keynote speaker. And I extend my very much warm welcome to all participants in this conference. The earlier presentation by Professor Ranjan, the Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil International University, really a very eye-opening presentation. My talk, my presentation covers the human touch. My talk related towards what is the expectations by the generation Z? What is the expectations for the human being and our responsibility toward the society? I cover few things from my life, that I'm the part of one of the best education institutions, not only India, but across the globe. When I joined MIT, at that time we have only 32 students. Right now, we have the strength of more than 250,000 of our alumni, those who work across the globe, as well as we have around 175,000 currently students studying in MIT across the country, as well as globe. Why I'm share all these things with you? Before that, I'm in the government sector. In the last word, when the Professor Ranjan said, we need the private investors for the growth of any country, like Mother India and the Mother Earth. So these are the some things that what we move ahead for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of our upcoming generation. Each day, numerous scientists, researchers, academicians, and technologists are coming up with their some unrealistic inventions to bring out the comfort and ease into the life of human being. Today, we are the witness for the baby boomer, these inventions, the state of art technology, and everything being virtual is nothing less than a dream. We are the witness, entire world with the witness about this, the virtual. Whereas millennials generation X, the generation from 23 to 38-year-old, are the one who are not only the transforming themselves, but at the same time, they are also engaged in making this world an entirely new place to live. On the contrary situation with Gen Z, means that is 4-year-old kid to 24-year young and dynamic person. Totally opposite. Both Gen X and Gen Z, they are in opposite, totally opposite. Even the newest technologies in which countless resources, manpower, and investments were made are normal to Gen Z. We are witness how the 3-year-old kid play with mobile. So are normal to Gen Z because they are born and grow up with these new technologies. They are familiar with these technologies. Using high-end cell phones is absolutely normal to them. They are play with any Android phone to the Apple, to the open source. They are not hesitate with all of them. They are very, they say that okay, they are the very, in fact, they sometimes they knows more than me when I am familiar with such type of kids. Using the high-end cell phones is absolutely really technologies, and they are talking and working upon more on IR and VR world. Is a layman term for them. We are the witness. I'm not here to discuss about IR VR because all we are an educationist and we know that about their importance. But we think of AI. They are using in their daily life. Alexa, Google Drives, and many more. They are really using these in their daily lives. They were called Gen Z, that is from 4 to 24-year-old. It is clearly indicate the needs for more, like Dil Mange Bo, as we are enhancing the use and real-time experience of the latest technology in the routine lives of human beings to make their life more convenient. We also need to talk about induction of knowledge, the development of mind, the content in bringing advancements in these technology right at the earlier stage. It is our responsibility as an educationist. 2D, 3D, AR, VR, and all these. That is the demand. Like when the Madame Curie received the second time Nobel Prize, physics and chemistry. She said at the time, I assume that machine can talk. That is my thinking that machine can talk. Around during Second World War. Right now the situations, machine can talk. That is in real life. So AI is not the new term. Information technology is also available 5,000 years ago. But that time the use is the different. And after 50 years, the use of these information technologies may be different. India is generating the huge amount of capable workforce. And on other hand, in the field of information technology is advancing. So as it's associated with field like AI, IoT, IR, VR, robotics, etc., it is known to all. The youth of India is exceptionally high in demand across the globe. But it would be an understatement to mention that this youth should have the ability to innovate. I repeat, innovate, process, and execute it. It is important for all to understand the market, global, local market, as well as the global market, and then work on this. The interest for higher education. Our aim is not to make a one research lab or only work on these sectors. Our aim is to the overall development of the human being. The human being not belong to one country, but our mother world, mother earth. It is our responsibility. We are not one research lab that we produce such type of technique. It is our responsibility. Education means to provide a good and the well-behaved the human being. Market for any specific technology, industry could be high today, but at the time of obtaining the degree, will it remains the same? No. It is the toughest question to answer by anybody in engineering. Anybody in engineering. They said you are not expert in so and so, your qualification is not from so and so, you are not passed out from IITs or IIMs, you are not passed out from Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, many other reasons. Before finalizing any program, whether it is your interest area or not, a student need to study the trends, existing scenario, and the future predictions. If we just look at the past, expect few specific years, once in a decade in the last 30 years, IT industry has always been on the top in the chart of employment and job satisfaction. Major section of these service industries now totally dependent on IT sector, and Indians are successfully leading the world by producing skilled manpower for service industry. How the various industries are integrated each other, the link each other, how the Professor Rajan said, all E mode, E salary, E job, E things, E satisfaction, also the E resignation as well. Remember one thing. These are the tools how we easier our life, but it is our responsibility for the betterment of our society. Due to the constant innovation and the hard work, Indians are provoking their caliber across all platforms of the industry. When I personally opted for higher education in the field of computer science and engineering, it was one of the emerging front. We were we were having the tremendous scope for developing the framework for generations to study and follow. But when I compare the IT industry, when I joined from what is today, there is a huge difference. And the pundits and the gurus of this industry are predicting that it will be going to evolve at much more faster pace, relatively in a shorter time span. Moreover, may join me, some may join me pitching the statement that this industry extended significant support to other fields of engineering as well. In an era of automation, artificial intelligence, robotics, and so on, every allied field of engineering, more or less, are dependent on information technology. One can say that IT industry, since its exploratory phase, is not updated. Instead, it is completely changed. Therefore, in my opinion, the IT industry or ITES or the computer science education is having the huge potential, great career opportunities, and lot many things to explore. What needed is an open mind to cultivate new ideas and understand the requirement of future. In addition to these technology aspects, though my opinion, though my experience, I have discovered that the people skills is something. I repeat, the people skills is something which is in the talk these days by the industry stalwarts. That too are only revived, or one could say assessed, in a candidate who possess exponential technical and attitude skills. Your behavior, ethics, values, and sanskar, this plays a very important role. The combination of this is an assurance of having a high performing employee right from day one. The industry is having the vast variety of colleges. They have the many options. The first option is my country. The first option is IITs. Second is NITs. Third is deemed universities. And what about the other private investors? Those who invest a huge amount of money for the development of the country. These are the third and the fourth expectation, acceptance levels by these industries. So they have the variety of colleges choose the perfect manpower from their organization for their organizations. It is an attribute lies within the proximity of an educational entity that how it is managing the change and making their students interested in it. But how this is readiness come from the big question before and every institute of higher education. We, the teachers, we, the gurus, the professors who are responsible to provide the bright leaders, the CEOs, MDs, professors for our future mother world. Student training and the competency development tool are easily accessible and available to all. But where come the difference is culture. I repeat, culture. It is the culture at education institution to be created to produce leaders, and we, the teacher, are the creators. And also have to fertile environment which lead students towards innovation and think beyond the defined limits. Similarly, in the same manner was not the case in the past. The shift has occurred in the recent time so only. Earlier, the industry was only inclined to have a candidate with a good communication skill, clubbed with an attitude to learn and grow. Companies used to invest time and money in making fresh employee, productivity, and commitment. The ratio of having inductions and training of the subject matter expert, we call SMEs, was very high. Alternatively, today's scenario is completely changed. Like in our country, when any person joined the armed forces, they have 16 OLQs. OLQs means officers like quality. They do not want any subject expert. They want 16 OLQs in you: leadership, communication, body language, stamina, team spirit, and many more. They said, we train you for next 3 years. We train you for next 5 years and you will become a good officer. But that is not applicable to our industry. You should change yourself. Today, AI, machine learning, deep learning, data centers, data science, everything available. What about after 5 years? What after 3 years? So change yourself. Now the companies share their expectations and learning modules well in advance with all education institutions. Like in our country, we have launched National Education Policy 2020 and want those to get delivered by its faculties even before completing their degree program from the college. Esteemed professors, the person, those who are present here, now the scenario exactly is different. Professor Ranjan discussed about the NASA. Who are the backbone to invest a huge amount of money? The technology is the Elon Musk, who are born on 28th of June 1971. The he is right now 49 years in the South Africa. On January 6, 2021, he is the richest person. He has become the world richest person, surpassing Jeff Bezos from Amazon, that is $209 billion revenue. He was directly or indirectly involved in SpaceX, Tesla, OpenAI, Jet2, PayPal, and many. I'm not here to touch with the technologies, but I'm here to touch the person, what the person work beyond the boundaries. So Elon Musk reads the business magnate, industrial designer, and the engineer. What about his, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, he started his education from Queen's University in Kingston, University of Pennsylvania, and then Stanford, California. But he left after 2 days. He felt that the internet had much more potential to change the society than work in physics. Now come to the point. How we contribute to the society. He decided that like the person pass out from Stanford, Oxford, Cambridge, or from our country, IIT. They are not sent their kids to the IITs. They work beyond the boundaries. The more, what about next? So as per when I go through the life journey of Elon Musk, he has 7 children, like Nevada, Alexander Musk, Griff Musk, Kea Musk, and right now the earlier one, the name is XAEAXII. That is the name of his son. Now the point is that now he changed the entire education system. He has his own personal school. He is not ready to send his kids to any renowned school. He has his own school for his kids. And Musk has a school of his own and explain how artificial intelligence is used and how it made for a young 1-year-old children can enroll in his non-regular school. Shockingly, really, that is a very alarming. One of its major difference to the regular school is that there is no grade requirement during the semester. What is the motive behind this, my dear esteemed professors? Like in our country, our education system is 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2. What about the UK and the Australia and the US education system? 10 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 means we are eligible to give the 10th exam when we have the age of 10 years plus pre nursery and other things. But if you inculcate all these things in your kids, aware, groom them from day one, then the entire world may be changed. Here I share the one important thing in front of you. I think you are really a professor. You are expert in your field. I'm not here to educate you. We are in the same community. I have a 8 research lab where I'm the chairman. Now I am not begging myself to present my model to the government sector. Sorry, I am presenting my model to the corporate world. I am ready to engage my own 8 research lab with the private sectors, with the corporate world. And recently we have received a huge amount of funds from the corporate to strengthen the cutting edge technologies. But what is more important? Last time when I am with one of the esteemed colleagues on the panel session, and they said to the school kids, developing your skills in machine learning, deep learning, AI, Python and all. I said, sorry. If you have an idea, the school, if you have an idea, please approach to my university. Please approach to my research lab. We are ready to nurture your idea in the real life. So you do not expert in AI and machine learning. We are expert in machine learning. We are expert in deep learning. We are expert in data center. We are expert in ERP. Come to visit my research lab. I will provide you the lifetime membership free of cost. I am ready to invest my research activities on your idea. So that type of courage from all our professors to the young generation. I leave the one message before I conclude my talk and request you all, according to our honorable founder, President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, he said, when the God push somebody, you are the very, we are the very lucky person that you take the birth. As per my traditions, as per Indian traditions, we take birth after around 72 thousands of the years. We take up this lovely birth. So when the God push somebody, inspire somebody, leave somebody, no power in the world can stop such a person. Do not compare yourself with Elon Musk right now. Do not compare yourself with Mark Zuckerberg or any other top person like Nandan Linkare, Narayan Murthy, or Mukesh Ambani or Dhirubhai Ambani. Compare your age. What type of capabilities of Dhirubhai Ambani at that time when you are in 21 years old? So compare yourself with that person. My last message from our Honorable President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, he said Bhag in our country. There's the one word, Bhag. Some persons move here and there for the good job perspectives. Persons move here and there for earning money. Some young profession move here and there to find a beautiful girl for their life partner. And many other. The Bhag word BHAAG, and the Bhag word is the first word who distinguish you amongst all industry. And the first B means your behavior towards your colleague, your behaviors towards your juniors, your behaviors towards your country, your behaviors towards your organization. Your behavior plays a very important role. The next word is your hard work. Do your 100% commitment. When the God give you this lovely life, that your hard work, do not compensate with your work, with any matter. The next word is A. A means the first A. First A means ambitious. Think big. Think beyond the boundaries. Think what other can't imagine. You're ambitious. Your ambitions be too big. Do not think like this or that or that. Think beyond the boundaries. The next more important thing about your attitude. You belong to any country. As a teacher, we have no caste, we have no religions. It is our responsibility to groom the future leaders of our Mother Earth. So your attitude towards your nation, your attitude towards your parents, your attitude towards your husband and wife plays a very important role. And the last, more important thing is G. G means the God, Allah, Jesus, Vaheguru, Ram, Rahim, all. Leave all these things on the God. So, in the cutting edge technologies, do your best, update yourself time to time, involve yourself. Like Elon Musk changed the entire education system, it does not need any certificate. It does not need any education certificates. Reliance became a Reliance after 42 years. Tata became Tata after 150 years. What about the Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter? They become Facebook and Twitter after 10 years, 15 years. So that That's all. I thank to all the organizers. Thank you, Pooja ji. Thank you, all organizers, those who provide this lovely opportunity to me be the part of this conference to share my views. I'm not here to make any bookish language. I'm here to share the future demand of any nation. With that note, I'm sure that you will all have a good knowledge, sharing experience in the conference. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable speech. And I would like to welcome our eminent next keynote speaker, Mr. Pastor Argiles Jr., Dean, College of Computer Studies, University of Perpetual Help System Delta, Philippines, to deliver keynote address. Prior to this, a brief introduction about Mr. Pastor Argiles Jr. is a Dean of the College of Computer Studies at University of Perpetual Help System Delta in Philippines. 12 years successful ICT learning experience, lecturing experience, and 12 years of them as an effective educational manager and administrator. With a reputation for creative academic policies, curriculum designs, passionate instructions, and an excellent classroom management skill. Enthusiastic individual successfully organized and tied up in different IT-related organizations, deeply committed to high-quality education for students. So I would like to proceed with Dr. Pastor Argiles, Dr. Junior, to give his valuable speech. Really also. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Pastor Aguiles Jr., for your valuable speech. I would like to welcome the next keynote speaker, Professor Jake R. Pompareda, MED, IT, MIT Science Research Specialist to Technological University of Philippines. A brief introduction about Mr. Professor Jake Rodriguez Pompareda, MED, IT, MIT, is presently working as Science Research Specialist 2 at the Technological University at the Philippines, VCS in Talisay City, Negros, Occidental Philippines. Previously, he is working as a software engineering team lead in one of the well-known software development companies in Metro Manila, Philippines. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Computer Science at the University of Negros Occidental, Bacolod City in 1999. He also finished his Master of Arts in Education major in Instructional Technology at Law Consultation College, Bacolod in 2008, graduated as cum laude. In addition, he's also finished Master of Information Technology at North Negros State College of Science and Technology in Sagay City, Negros Occidental, Philippines. He is also a recipient of the Computer Programming Proficiency Award during his college days. He has more than 20 years of experience in software development and information technology. He has already published 10 books on computer programming and information technology, being an author and co-author. So, Mr. Professor Jake Rodriguez Pompareda, please you can start with your speech. Hello. Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Professor Jake Rodriguez Pombrera, for your valuable speech. Now, I would like to tell you that since we have completed 3 keynote speakers, valuable speeches, so we will proceed with our lunch. We'll start right now with the lunch timings, and we'll join back at 1:30 p.m. so that we can start with the respective technical sessions presentation. So please, participants, join us back at 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hope you had a good lunch. So we will start with our technical sessions now. Next, I welcome all the participants to the technical sessions now. The first session will be with Aisha Siddiq Shaheen, which will be explained on suggestions for GPS internet websites. If ma'am Aisha Shaheen, if you're ready, you can start with your presentation. You can unmute and you can. Is it audible, ma'am? Aisha?
Good afternoon.
Is it audible, ma'am?
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Yes, thank you. Now you can continue with your technical session program.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Suggestion for GPS internet website. I Siddiq Shaheen. I'm lecturer at University of Mosul, College of Computer Science and Mathematics, Computer Science Department, Master in Computer Science 2016. The abstract, any website is comprised of many components that increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the website. One of these components is the site map. An excellent site will be wasted if the user cannot access the information or facilities that searching for. So if the user provided with efficient and user-friendly navigation will maximize the ability to find and retrieve information from a website and prevent users to be confused, lost, and then leave the site. Designing the navigation system must think as someone sees the site for the first time. GPS navigation style or the new site map style, easy to understand and present an alternative method of navigation the site. It helps the user to find the required page immediately and increasing the efficient discovery and getting a high performance for clients and search engines. By providing a simple and effective browser style like converting sitemaps to graphs, each page as a graph node and each link as a graph edge. After user moving from node to node, the browser will display all links of the new node according to the website content, so that clients can choose the most appropriate access and navigate the website using GPS style, the new browsing style. GPS browsing website. The new idea is browsing websites by adapting the same technique of GPS for navigation and real world, which track a moving vehicle or person that uses the global positioning system to track the device movements and determine its location. But on the net, we can represent any website as a real map by representing each page as a circle or like a graph node and each link as edge, and the user can navigate the website by using the map of the website after searching from any item using a web browser. For example, website has a home page and two pages A and B. If I want to access C, I must select A, so all the links in page A will appear. Then I choose C. If I in C, all links in page C will appear, like the video and the music file. Then I choose what I want. If I want the music file, This is another example for Google website. If I am on page Google website, all the links in this page will appear. So if I want to select anyone like search page, I select this page and then all the links in that page will appear. Like this. If I want to select the page about, I'll be here, click here, and then all the links in the about page will appear. Then I select something like products. If I select products, double click, the page uploaded and then displayed on the browser. Advantage of browsing websites in GPS style. The first, faster browsing users can moving from page to another quickly without the need to download any page of the site, because the server loads the sitemap of the website and then loads the page that the user chooses. There is no possibility of the presence of hackers or fake links because they appear on the map if there's any link goes to an unknown location. 3. Seeing the largest amount of the site's content through clear title of page or file or all kinds. 4. Saving the download time because the user moving from one page to another and getting a simple idea about the page from the page title or short explanation when the mouse hover on page icon without need to download the page until the user reaches the wanted page or the search target at that time the page is loaded. Advantage of a browsing website is in GPS style. 5. Reduce time the number of pages display on the browser during navigation. Reduce the deviation from the goal of the search as the search does not interrupt by advertisement or others. The user has more control of browsing, where the site directs him, which summarize several steps that were essential in classic browsing. User can distinguish the high-quality page or high-level ranking from the door page by the overview of the graph of the sitemap. 8. Website quality may be observed from the global view of their sitemap, also from page title. 9. If it is not possible to hide anything from the user, everything appears in the front of him. Either to say cannot be sent user to any place without knowing or without his desire. Then it is necessary to agree in a general way on the shape of these icons. And the shape of these icons to be standard for everyone, we may get to know that at the first glance without the need to know the name of the page or see the alternative text when hover icon. Conclusion: a GPS sitemap is a new style of browsing internet websites in which the browser tracking the user movement from page to page, paving the way for more easy, flexible, trusted way to keep going navigation until the user finds what he is looking for, like the GPS tracking system in the principle of the tracking on a person or vehicle movement on a real-world map in terms of appearance, not in principle of GPS theory and mathematical background. So, good navigation style can improve the effectiveness of information and prevent getting lost. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you so much, Aisha Shaheen ma'am, for your valuable technical session.
Thank you.
Welcome. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Basavaraj S. Prabha. to explain his technical session on data dissemination using machine learning approach. Mr. Basavaraj is professor. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, you are. Am I audible?
Super, sir. Yes, you are audible. Thank you. And you can start your technical session.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Can you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to start with my topic today for conference is data dissemination using machine learning approach. See, basically here we are segregating the data, disseminating with respect to mainly on machine learning. Before getting into the deep of machine learning, I would be looking much on data mining algorithms. So I am comparing here 4 to 5 clustering algorithms and concluding that which one is better. So meantime, I will explain what exactly this is about myself and abstract. So as we know that in today's world, we have numerous data available on the internet, and it is very difficult to segregate the data and to disseminate. Dissemination is basically to broadcast the data which is relevant from the end user's point of view. So in this huge data availability, the big data plays a very important role, and the techniques for our dissemination, we are using data mining techniques, patterns, and the data dissemination is way of distributing and transmitting the useful data for end users. As I said, that end user is basically interested in not all the data, as it is available hugely in the internet. So he's interested only in the data which he wants. So this techniques which we are using helps us to make the combination of powerful techniques of the data mining and make the data available whichever is the complex, and see that it is useful for the end user applying the techniques of clustering mechanism. So in this paper, I will be discussing various data mining algorithms like bricks, k-means, optics, dbscan, and all. And I have come up with a small algorithm to say which one is better to disseminate the data which we are looking for. And going forward, this again, it is just introduction about data mining, and basically we have three in this: grouping, regression, and clustering. So as data mining, we have three techniques: regression, classification, clustering. So here I will be looking or deeply looking into the clustering one. So the machine learning approach has its two phases. As I said, my paper is data dissemination using machine learning, but machine learning has its own affinity propagation clustering algorithm and the k-means clustering algorithm. So here, as we all know that machine learning is one where we need the data to be trained, where we have supervised, unsupervised. The first phase analyzes the trained data, and the second phase uses the test data to be based on learned patterns. Patterns is basically like when we give the pattern, we predict the output depending upon the input we are giving it. So here I will be providing the 5 popular algorithms. One is affinity. Okay. Affinity propagation selection of copies by sum of. For example, basically for clustering technique where it's main basically concepts for the machine learning clustering considering supervised of to k-means. Okay, so it means like in k-means, I will be letting explain you better after this affinity. It's basically messaging and shade between the data points with high quality collection of copies data steadily emerged. And next is bricks. Bricks is basically for used for balancing the iterative. In the algorithm which we have something called centroid points. This designed for large amount of data. Basically, whenever we are looking for a brisk algorithm, this is basically for the large amount of data. Whenever we have like very small data sets. Usually data sets, when I use the term data set, it is basically a large, in that we have huge data. So here we have 2 points. One is the CF clustering features and another is clustering features tree, right? So, and basically here it breaks up the hierarchical clustering points, and we conclude which is the better of one. So BRISC incrementally takes dynamically, as I said in the clearing, it is having two main points, clustering feature and clustering feature tree. A DB-scan. DB-scan is one of the clustering algorithm. As the name itself suggests, that it's a density-based spatial clustering application with noise. Okay, it is, and it should be with noise. So here the huge volume of the data is based on the density. So density, when I say, we have 3 points in that density. One is the centroid. From that we have epsilon and the minimum points. So when we get the epsilon, the track to be, so we have a circle in that. So we have boundary point and centered points. This dbclide relies clusters depending upon the density structure to be used. dbclide needs the input two parameters assumed. That is, I said, like db scan basically has three things. One is the core point, from where we take an epsilon and have a centroid for that cluster, and another is a boundary point. A boundary point is which is nearer to the points of the centroid, and another is third, that is noise point. See, basically the noise point is neither near to the boundary point or the core point. That is the one, this the best part of this DP scan clustering algorithm is it eliminates, as the name itself says, noise. So neither it is associated with any of the core point or the boundary point. K-means, as here K-means is the one which is again used for machine learning. Before affinity clustering and K-means are a bit same, and the only difference here for that considers the supervised and this is unsupervised. K-means clustering, perhaps the most commonly recognized clustering techniques. So here the K, here we assume that the clustering we have to know in advance, like whether I should consider the clustering other two cluster, three cluster and all. And depending upon that, depending upon the data sets, we have basically means is nothing but an average of taking the data sets. So when we have some 500 data sets, that 500 divided by the all sum the values of the data sets and divide by the number of data sets available in that, and depending upon which is the nearest value of the data, so we go on depending upon that. The main thing in case that it's already decided in advance what is the value of k. So either we have to, if I take 2, then either the data has to be in any one of the cluster. Okay, basically we say it is a partitioning. Either it has to be, like for example, male female. So we have decided 2. So either it has to be male or it has to be a female kind of. Optics. So optics is like basically points identifying clustering, modifying the version of the DB scan. Right, the clustering algorithm contains information equivalent to the density based. As I said in the last slide, with respect to the DB scan, density is the number of data usually available. So where we eliminate the noise depending upon the boundary point out. And this I have taken 1,000 samples. I will show you the code which the way I using the NumPy using Python to implement this, and I have come up with the screens. So these are the what you call the outcome of the algorithms, 5 algorithms which I have seen. So if you see the affinity propagation brisk DB scan, so of all this, the k-means is better. Next to k-means it is brisk. Okay, so to conclude anyone, as per my takeaway from this paper is that I have concluded that of all this comparison with respect to the clustering of huge data set, k-means clustering algorithms are far better in terms of execution or in terms of partitioning or segregating the data from the user point of view. So as this is what I have already explained, so I have put in words with respect to, so I am concluding, so on given data set of 1000 samples and the number of clusters as 2, BRISC, basically here BRISC is performing better than the k-means, but with respect to the data sets, fine, but overall k-means is better than the BRISC when we take 2 data points, fine. For example, if I take k as more than 2, so the clustering will be different compared to the 2 points. And these are the appendix. So thank you for listening. If any questions, I'm ready to take the questions.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Mr. Basuraj S. Prabha. If anyone having any queries, so that we can discuss, we can have a session, we can have a just small information about the updates. Any queries from any of the side?
Hi,
Okay.
this is
yeah,
Shanawaz.
thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Yes.
Thanks for giving the opportunity. So I'm closing the PPT.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Basuraj. You can.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
Hello. Yes. Somebody is speaking. May I know who is this?
Yes, this is Shanawaz.
Shanwaz. Yes. Please tell me.
I just want to know that the paper which this gentleman presented right now, I wanted to know that it's necessary to have a base paper when we are looking for something to add on to the research. So it's must to have a base paper. Can this gentleman please put some light on his base paper?
Yeah, yes, sir. Base paper which I've taken is data dissemination techniques.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Any other queries? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr.
One
Basuraj.
second, one second. I have a query.
Yes. Yes. Please
Basuraj,
continue, sir.
yeah, Basuraj, can you tell me what is the size of the data set? How many records you have?
Yeah, I've taken 1000 data set size, sir.
Okay, means in a data set you have 1000 tuples, and on that tuples you have applied all the algorithms.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And the results you got is in a plot. So that plot, do you have any tabular value for that?
Yeah, sure, sure. So I will show you that.
If you have, just if you can show that, I think
Yeah, sure, sure, sir.
we can understand in a better way.
Fine, fine. Yeah, this is the piece of code which you have used for this. So here, if you can see, sir, X comma Y
The screen is not
mix
visible.
classification. Okay, okay. Let me share it. Let me
Yeah,
share.
please share.
Yeah, can you see, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you can see that X comma Y is equals to mixed classification.
Yes.
So here we can give even presently I've taken data set as samples is basically nothing but the
Right.
data sets.
You have taken 1000 records.
Yeah, 1000. So even I can make it 10,000. Depends. Just for considering I've taken 1000.
Yeah, fine.
So
fine.
here we are using the inbuilt libraries of supported by Python.
Correct.
So NumPy, sklearn and all. So if I run this piece of code, then here, like depending upon the algorithms which we can compare. So when we execute this, this is the figure I get from that piece of code. Yeah.
Okay.
And this, by saying the comparison with respect to that, I found that k-means it's not just segregating the data or making clustering points. The execution time is very much fast or better compared to the rest of the data, because there are a number of clustering algorithms available
What
in the
would be
market.
the input for k means? Are you giving k equals to 2 or what?
Yeah, k
Because
equals
I'm
to.
seeing only two clusters.
Yeah,
there.
here I have given k equal to 2, sir.
Okay. Okay. Right. So that base paper you might have included in your references somewhere.
Yeah, it is there, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sunil sir, and thank you so much, Mr. Basavaraj. Any other queries so that people can proceed?
That's it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And next technical session participant is Ms. Sudipta Acharji. Mr. Sudipta Acharji, and he is going to explain on prediction of rainfall using artificial network back propagation technique with regression technique of data mining. Mr. Sudipta Acharji, am I audible? Mr. Sudipta Acharji?
I think he's not there.
But he's in our participants list, sir. Mr. Sudipta Acharji, am I audible? Okay, not a problem. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to go with the next participant, Mr. Rahesha Mullah, going to give you a session on review on dialect analysis. Mr. Rahesha Mullah, am I audible? Mr. Rahesha Mullah? Yes, Mr. Rahesha Mullah, please unmute so that you can share your screen, you can start your session. We can't hear your voice, Mr. Rahesha Mullah. You texted now, but your voice and your screen is not available. Yes. Mr. Rahesha Mullah, can you share the screen? Mr. Rahesha Mullah, I think some problem from his end. Okay, we'll go with the next person. Once he added, we will add him again. The next person is Mr. Santosh Bhorde, and he is going to give you explanation on design of adaptation for e-learning system by analyzing learning preferences. Mr. Santosh Bhorde.
Hello, sir. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you are audible to me. May I know your name, please?
Sir, this is Rahesha Mullah, sir. Rahesha Mullah.
Yes, thank you, Rahesha Mullah. Now you can proceed with your session on review on dialect analysis. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Just let me start with my presentation. And I would like to first ask, is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone, and respected panel members. Today I'm going to present my review paper entitled as a review on dialect analysis. To just go with a biography, I am Rahesha Mullah, a research scholar and author of a paper, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Sanjay Godawat University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra, India. And Archana Chaudhule, she is a guide and co-author, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Sanjay Godawat University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra, India. To start with, first of all, I would like to present objectives behind having such a review on dialect analysis. So ultimately, my first objective was to gain a sound understanding of the existing research on a dialect analysis of low resourced languages. Second objective is to present a knowledge extracted from a literature in the form of gaps, challenges, limitations, or a motivation in the form of future work. And the third one is very important for me as a research scholar in the first year of this doctoral study to build a strong foundation for a research focusing on Indian low resourced languages. So to start with an abstract, so first of all, I would like to say that it basically involves a human communication system, and a human communication system is a complex system, and communication signals generated by the humans demonstrate variations due to acoustic effect, dialect, and the accent. Basically, dialect and accents are two different but closely coupled aspects of a spoken language. But to be very specific, dialect is much more expansive, composite, and an important feature of a language than accent. Basically, dialect is nothing but a specific form of a spoken language that has a regional or a social impact. Means whenever I'm communicating, what regional, geographic impact or social impact I'm carrying in my communication represents a dialect. But accent on the other hand represents style of a language pronunciation. So in that sense, those are really closely associated. Basically, dialect analysis involves study of phonetic and acoustic feature of a human speech signal. Such a studies of dialect analysis plays crucial role in a different domains of speech-based application. For example, I can list here business, healthcare, education, remote access, security, or any automatic speech recognition based system. So definitely, if you are taking care of a dialect as one of the crucial aspect of such a automatic recognition system, studies will have a impact on a performance of the system. Basically, phonotactic and spectral approaches are being used for a dialect and accent recognition. We do believe that different feature extraction and modeling techniques are available to perform recognition tasks effectively. And we are really blessed with a technological era, a current era of technology, wherein so many advancement has been done so that we can cover lots of such studies. But literature says that more studies are available with language recognition, speaker recognition, or emotion recognition, but very few studies are carried out on a dialect recognition. And again, on a specific front, we can say that dialect of specific language or all the dialects of specific languages are not studied in a depth because such a dialectal studies require language resources and its in-depth understanding whenever we are working as a part of computational linguistics. So motivation was to to just go for a review on what studies have been done so that can I find something new future ideas to go for low resource Indian languages. So with that, keywords mentioned here are dialect recognition, low and high resource languages. In an introduction, first of all, I would like to go with some of the things as a basic building block of such studies. So first comes is low and high resourced languages. So such a category of languages are possible based on extent of availability of language resources. So we can say that, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So we can say that if a particular language has insufficient or inadequate web appearance, if linguistic knowledge for a particular language in the form of grammatical structure, morphology, lexica is not sufficient, text transcription of the language or speech corpus for that particular language is not readily or at a sufficient amount available, then such a languages are treated as a low resourced languages. In contrast to that, if sufficient web appearance of a language, usage of that language, linguistic knowledge and transcription and speech corpus are readily available, then such languages will be treated as a high resourced languages. Next, a very important question comes is what is the need of working with a low resourced languages from point of view of linguistic or language point of view and a technological point of view. So definitely language is a basic building block of a communication. No matter medium, but yes, language plays a crucial role. Maybe it is a binary or maybe it is a high level language. So when we are talking about the natural languages, the natural languages usage of a specific languages are being considered at high extent, but certain languages, specifically Indian languages, are not being contributed in the context of technological sector. For example, if I am saying Modi language is there, which was being written by so many people in the last century, but this language is not in existence these days. So from that point of view, if we are taking such a studies in a technological sector, then we will be contributing for language preservance, language empowerment. Definitely working with our own regional language helps us to present cultural and regional identity of an individual. And from technological point of view, if a regional dialect of a person is taken into account for automatic speech recognition based system, definitely it will help us to improve the performance of the system. Next comes is accent, dialect, and dialectal aspects of research study. So accent, as I already said, is nothing but style of language pronunciation. Dialect, on the other hand, represents how social and regional impact is there with my language and so the communication. And whenever I'm working with a dialectal aspect in the domain of research study, I must be aware of diglossia, dialect continua, pluricentrism, and dialect labeling. So diglossia term was first used in English by linguistic Charles in 1959, and in that he has described diglossia is a condition where within the same speech community people speak two different varieties of a language. So having different variety of a language within a same community represents diglossia. Dialect continua. So dialect continuum is also known as a dialect chain or a dialect area, and it is a growth of a language varieties spoken across some geographical area. When we are talking about pluricentrism, under that we can say that a single genetic language that has two or more standard form is known as pluricentric language. For example, languages are, if I'm saying Hindustani with the two forms of Urdu and Hindi. Another such example is a Dutch language with the two forms including Netherlandic Dutch and Belgian Dutch. So this form of a language are created as a pluricentric languages. And when I'm moving towards a dialect labeling, so dialect labeling is basically treated as a process where a local features are replaced by others with a wider geographical currency. So these are some of the terminologies that matters a lot when working with dialectal study or language-based dialectal studies. Next comes is a modeling for recognition. Here, actually, whenever we are going for recognition studies, maybe it is a speaker recognition, emotion recognition, face recognition, or text and speech based dialectal recognition. So there comes modeling. So traditional modeling techniques are spectral modeling and phonetic modeling. So spectral modeling and phonetic modeling will take care of phoneme or grammatical structure of that particular language and tonality, pitch. So such a kind of things takes into account whenever we are going for modeling for the recognition. So going next, actually my paper has been organized around 4 different languages around the world. Just to list out, first was Arabic language, second Chinese language, third I highlighted Spanish language, and fourth is the Hindi language. I tried to just, here I have tried to just showcase what I found through the review of those different language, who is having different pronunciation in their own, who is having different grammatical structure on their own, different lexicas and morphologies. And can I combine together something as one of the foundation or a baseline for my upcoming research on Indian languages. So with that objective, I would just like to highlight some of the points through this study. So first comes is Arabic language. So major dialect is MSA, which is basically treated as a standard Arabic dialect. It is the official dialect of Arab. There comes Gulf, which is a peninsular, Iraqi, Levantine, Egyptian, which is also treated as a Masri or Masri simply, as informal dialects of Arab. So there are some formal official dialects and there are some informal, or we can call it as a regional dialect of Arab language. The limitation I found was it is really difficult to work with Arabic dialect identification whenever we are dealing with short messages. Literature says that it is almost impossible. And future scope, what I found through this study was a powerful recurrent neural network can be used to carry out such studies in order to capture the proper differences between the dialects. So yes, machine learning, a recurrent neural network, which is a deep learning approach, can be a best suitable approach when we are dealing with Arabic language. Then next I found was through literature, we can think of identifying different techniques that can directly map acoustic waveform to respective language dialects. So techniques having invention over the new techniques to map acoustic form to the language specific dialect can be a future scope. Studying effect of adding dialectal data of social media sources means so many data in the form of informal text is being available on a social media, and if we could use it in a model building, definitely it will help to improve the system, because official such a social media basically promote informal communication of a people. So yes, definitely it will be taken into account as one of the future guideline. Next comes is Arabic dialect have become increasingly noticeable as a informal communication language on the web, and use of deep learning tool can be effective in processing such a social media dialectal data. So again, outcome comes is use of advanced techniques such as deep neural network will definitely help to work with Arabic language dialectal studies. Next is Chinese language. So in a Chinese language, there are different dialects of China. So I can say Mandarin is there, Cantonese is there, Shanghainese is there, Minnan is there, Zain, Gan, and Hakka are different dialects of a Chinese language. When we are talking from performance point of view of such a dialectal studies, through the literature, I found that combination of pitch flux features and MFCC features proved to be a good to reduce the error rate. So such a feature identification will definitely give more accuracy. Fusion techniques of prosodic and phonetic approach has presented very good result rather than working with a standalone phonetic or prosodic approach. So fusion technique will definitely improve the performance of a system. Combination of sorry, I have repeated that, I'm sorry. And the next one is the variational autoencoder stands superior over the advisory autoencoder for Chinese dialect. Identification was another performance aspect. And yes, there is one limitation that traditional I vector with a bottleneck feature extraction has a major limitation, means for acoustic modeling it demands for additional outside transcribed speech information. So definitely first a major limitation of such a studies are having availability of a good quality databases. And if we are going with the traditional aspects of I vector, then definitely it will again demand some extra transcribed speech information, and definitely it will be treated as a limitation, not as a impossibility, but it will be a extra burden when performing the dialectal studies. Moving next is the Spanish language. So for the Spanish language, major dialects can be Castilian, then Andalusian, Ripoletis, that is Argentine, then Caribbean Spanish, and Andean, then Mexican, which is also treated as a Central American dialect. So under those studies, certain observations has been highlighted that if we are working with a multi-dialectal system, instead of that, if it is treated as a single system, then definitely we can work with all Spanish dialect altogether. Then acoustic model performance basically degrades when we are taking into account a dialectal variation of same language. At the same, if model is trained on a group of dialect, it again results into a low performance of dialect specific model. In addition to that, some dialect differentiation may not be visible at the acoustic level, and if such variations are not handled properly, and definitely it will impact at the end result of the system. Here comes our future scope. So future scope says that to have a unification technique that can work better on each dialect than the dialect specific acoustic model. So literature gives a guideline that kind of system wherein instead of working on a specific dialect and building a model for each dialect, can we make a generalized system that can handle each dialect of a particular language. And the last comes is a Hindi language. So for a Hindi language, major dialects are Awadhi, Bagheli, Brajbhasha, Bundeli, Bhojpuri, Chhattisgarhi, Garhwali, then Haryanvi, Kanauji, Khariboli, Kumayuni, Maghali, Magahi and Marwari. So these are major dialects under the Hindi language. And the observation from the literature are like prosodic feature contain more dialect specific information compared to the spectral features under the part of Hindi language dialectal studies. Then phoneme duration contains essential information for dialect discrimination. And again, it can be used for a strong speech and speaker recognition system. Next comes is system performance increases when spectral and prosodic features are combined together, same as Arabic language. Fusion systems will definitely help to get a better results of a system. And last one, in accented Hindi, only accent modeling is not an ideal approach to handle accent variation. However, a better performance can be achieved when taken care of pronunciation variation, a dictionary. So data dictionary with a particular word in addition to accent modeling can be ideal approach for Hindi language is an observation from Hindi language literature. Moving next. These are basically general observations. So just I would like to say that dialect is an important aspect in automatic speech recognition system, but yet there are very limited studies for specific dialect of each language in comparison to the language recognition studies. Basically, language corpuses are not readily available for dialectal studies. Such a language corpuses can be in a two form, text transcription or audio data, or we may call it as a speech data. Acoustic modeling and phonetic modeling are being used in a research for a long. And yes, in addition to that, their fusion is also used. Next observation was major work is done in a high resource languages such as English. In a comparison with this, there is very limited work in Arabic, Spanish, Chinese, and Hindi languages. MFCC, which is a male frequency septal coefficient, has proven to be the best feature extraction technique with a low computational complexity but is sensitive to noise. On the other hand, for the classification, Gaussian mixture model support vector machine have made a positive impact in long run of dialect recognition studies. Next observation in the form of future scope is working on low resource languages can be a new research guideline. Creating a good quality data set or a corpus. Next one was building a good language model. Handling case studies considering pathological speech. Inventing a technique to work on every possible dialect instead of dialect specific acoustic model. Identifying different approaches that can convert raw acoustic signal to respective language dialect. Observing effect of dialectal data originating from social media sources during the classification, and at the end, use of machine learning approach using ensemble method or a deep neural network technique will be the promising future of such a dialectal studies. So with this overall presentation, at the end, I would like to conclude that yes, definitely there are some distinguished challenges when working with a low resourced languages. Those are in the form of insufficient web existence of a language, shortage of a linguistic knowledge, limited acoustic and text transcription corpus, articulation lexica. But yes, every challenge has a solution. So with the expansion of a recent technology in a speech technology and a current state of art of using deep neural network, dialect recognition of low resource language will be a challenging and emerging research platform. And I would like to present a link of references who actually helped me to make this presentation wise enough. So here are the references for my presentation. So now I would like to just conclude my presentation. So thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Any queries so that we can proceed with the query session?
Can I ask you one question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You talked about accent, right? Now,
Yes, sir.
suppose two people from two states are speaking. For example, in Maharashtra, you speak system, and we call it as a system.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How this difference will you identify on this review? I mean, did you find any solution on this review paper in any of your review reference papers for such kind of simple words, or say suppose one word which has two meanings?
Yes,
For
sir.
example, in Telugu, there is a word called as Perugu. Perugu is the meaning for the word Telugu is curd, and as well as it's like to grow up. So definitely
Okay.
in Hindi or English also we might have some word which has
Yes,
Taj
sir.
Mahal. For example, if you say Taj Mahal, Taj
Yes,
Mahal,
sir.
if you find you do not know whether it's a hotel, whether it's a restaurant, or whether it's a tea. So
Yes, sir.
have you ever gone through that thing which will affect your dialectic analytics, or have you gone through that kind of
Uh,
solution which they didn't give, or which has to be taken out till now?
yes, sir. I got the question. So basically, semantic related to one particular data, so that can be taken care with building a data dictionary and their respective semantics, and then providing tagging embedded with that semantic can be taken care. Uh, Entirely, my focus was within a language dialect recognition. So here we are just trying to identify
This is your
regional.
review paper, right? This is
Yes, sir.
review
This
of
is my
all
review
the
paper.
analysis what you have done.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
So right now, sir, I am in a first year of my research
Correct. Correct.
coursework, and sir, I am looking forward for a Marathi case study of Indian language.
Okay.
Therein, I am trying to just identify a region of a particular person based on some of the regional keywords. Like in a Kolhapur, they used to say so frequently "ki" word, "bol ki," yeah, likewise,
Yeah.
or
Yeah. Always
such.
they put
Yeah,
a key in the at the end of the word.
exactly. So such a very specific keyword based dictionary building, and then identifying a region of that particular person. So basically, sir, in a Marathi, there are 42 different accents are available. Hirani, Zhadi Boli, Varadi, so such a Kokani. So we are trying to identify dialects. So in that, my ultimate future guidelines, like I am going to use a transfer learning technique wherein I'm going to build a model based on text data dictionary.
The challenge only would be the data set and conversion
Yes,
of
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Data set pre-processing and augmentation is very much.
LP and linguistic
Yes.
conversion also would be a thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it
Data.
was a wonderful presentation. It was a very good presentation.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
sir.
very much.
Sir, only can I ask as a research scholar to you
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
Sir, can I take a Marathi case study as one of the research wherein my...
See, you can take a lot of case studies,
Okay.
but Marwadi, there is no Lipi at all available. Okay. And
Okay.
you mentioned about Marwadi, but if you really go and search for Marwadi, there
Hmm.
is no Lipi available.
Yes,
Hindi
sir.
is available, Marathi might be also available. Now, the challenge is how do you if you follow the architecture or the pipeline architecture of information retrieval, where
Yes.
first the word has to be converted, the sentences has to be
Yes.
converted into tokens,
Yes.
tokens have to be converted into linguistic pre-processing,
Yes, sir.
then you have to normalize that, then you have to finally uh, find out the
Features.
final features out of that. So that kind of architecture is there. So if Lipi is available, everything is easy. If Lipi is not available, it will take a lot of
Yes.
time for you to just search on the Lipi. So
Yes, sir.
instead of that, what you can do is a ready-made Lipi, if it is available, try to find out the problems like the synonyms and all these things added
Yes,
to
sir.
your dialectic
Yes,
analysis
sir.
so that it gives advantage for your project. So
Yes,
it's
sir.
not only targeting one solution, parallel you can do that. Say suppose if word
Yes.
Tajmal is there, you
Yes.
can also find out the meaning as well as you can give the synonym for that one. So
Yes,
that
sir.
kind of thing
Yes,
you
sir.
can do it.
Random swap and synonym addition.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Sir, may I ask, that is very, basic question, but as a research scholar, I need some insights from your end. If already Kannada dialect study is available, if already Hindi dialect study is available, and if right now I'm working on a Marathi dialect, so can people query that already such a dialectal studies are available, only changing a language won't be a research? So, how?
Definitely, they will ask. That's why I'm telling you, you need
Yeah.
to target to two problems.
Yes, sir.
Like you need to add an additional thing like synonyms, or if you can find out semantic meanings
Yes.
of out of that,
Okay.
then if you can do dynamic addition of documents to that, then if you can optimize that. So this kind of things, if you do, then it's
Okay.
a new research. Definitely, people will ask you if it is already existing,
Yes. Yes.
then there is no point of research. You are just
Yes.
representing that.
Yes.
Instead
Yes.
of that, what you can do is you can find out semantics out of that. Then you can say dynamic addition of documents to your research if suddenly a new word is coming. Suppose, for example, in
Okay.
Oxford dictionary, a new word is proposed today. And that
Okay.
new word is a dynamic word for you as well in your own Marathi Lipi or wherever
Okay.
it is there. So
Yes,
that
sir.
dynamic addition, how do you present it? And
Okay.
finally, how do you optimize all kind of synonyms and semantic meanings?
Okay.
This
Okay,
could
sir.
be a good topic for you.
Yes, sir. So, sir, just to repeat, semantic addition, dynamic addition of a document or a
A word or a document, whatever it
word.
is.
Okay, and optimization for
Techniques.
performance measure.
Yes.
Okay, sir. So if I'm creating, sir, data dictionary, and then if I'm making one publicly available Marathi dialectal corpus,
Hmm.
speech and text, can it be a research contribution, which
Yeah,
is not
definitely.
readily available?
Definitely. That you can do it. Lipi, if it is available, then that's your work, what you're doing it, right? So
Yes, sir.
that definitely would be a research article only.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this motivation, and thank you so much for your guidance, sir.
Yeah, actually, I must tell you, your review is solid. You're going in the right direction. So basically, this is what is the suggestion. Once your
Yes, sir.
review, your foundation is strong, then easily you can go forward in your research.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ichamullah, and thank you so much, Sunil sir, for your valuable suggestions. Next, I would like to call Mr. Sudipta Acharji on discussing prediction of rainfall using artificial networks back propagation technique with regression technique of data mining. Mr. Sudipta Acharji, am I audible? Please release the mute.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, now you are audible, Mr. Sudipta
Now I
Acharji.
am sharing my screen. Huh? Okay.
Yes, please.
I
Yes, you
am
can go ahead.
sharing my screen.
Yes, it is shared, Mr. Sudipta Acharji. You can proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I am thankful to the ICRAET and ICRAET for giving me an opportunity to publish this paper. This paper actually has been prepared on the basis of my dissertation, MTech dissertation that was published in earlier. On the basis of this dissertation, this paper has been extracted. So the title of this paper is the prediction of rainfall using artificial neural networks backpropagation technique with regression technique of data mining. The major objective of this paper was to design and optimize data models that can predict the rainfall, because in my country, in India, in the several part of this country, sometimes in some areas there are excessive rainfalls. Also, there are some areas there are acute lack of rainfalls. So on the basis of prediction, data capturing, but on the basis of data assumption, data records of previous 5 to 6 years, we can predict the rainfall of the next day. Suppose on the basis of, at present I am sitting at Delhi, so these data models have been defined on the basis of the data set collected on the Kolkata city from 2004, something 5 to 6 years data I have collected, and the regression models have been produced. So first of all, the major objective, the interest of this was to design and optimize models, but the regression models and back with the help of back propagations and optimized models has been to create that, to predict the accurate data set, but to predict the accurate rainfall. So this paper, this model has been designed in a manner that not only a rainfall, the several parameters can also predict 1 day's advance. Earlier, the review of literature, if we study that earlier there was some hydrological process and some work was done. On the basis of that, I have taken the 9 parameters here, because to predict a rainfall, there are some 9 parameters I have issued: the maximum temperature of the day, minimum temperature, relative humidity, maximum pressure, minimum pressure, vapor pressure, and average rainfall. On the basis of these 9 parameters, a models has been prepared. First steps, what are the acquisition? So in this paper, we have acquired the data or collected the data from the meteorological center of the city. The last 10 to 5 years, 5 to 6 years data have been collected, these 9 parameters. And how this works? First of all, the data that we have collected, we have normalized this data. Normalized data means, first of all, the data set in between, there is a, suppose maximum temperature is concerned. So in this data set, there will be some maximum temperature, there will be some minimum temperature. The normalized data, how would be if x minus min x and divided by max x by minimum? Data must be normalized first. And then we have multiple multi-layer persistence layer model we have designed. So they are the input, as input the 9 parameters we have inputted, and number of hidden layers, and output layers, that is, it is estimated data and it is target data. And what is outcome? It has been back propagated again to get the desired output. So this is the block diagrams that whatever we have estimated, that RT means the target and it is estimated rainfalls. And some weights have been, in back propagation technique, weight has been updated on the basis of the neural network back propagation technique formulas. The weight has been updated in each and every iterations. And the algorithms that is used the back propagation, the algorithm main use that we have used the back propagation techniques, feed forward multi-layer neural networks we have used, and weight, and each and every time on the basis of the predicted data that we have updated the record. So this features was also used in supervised learning, that is the unsupervised learning. The cluster technique was also being incorporated in this paper, because it is not always possible to sometimes to formation of cluster. We have some unsupervised learning features have also used in this technique. So first of all, we have there are some several, let's say, k-means technique have been used, and also at the time of to run the models, some other self-organizing features map that also has been identified and also has been result. Here the results has been discussed that when the number of hidden layers are within the range of 20, it would able to give the accurate result. But when the hidden layers is greater than 20, then some results have been deviated. So this is the curve that we have the regressions we have pointed out from the MATLAB features. That's some tendency towards the data. Straight lines have been drawn that predict that the accuracy how we can get on this basis. So at the time of testing the result, more than 98% data was accurate, and it is a comparison that we have used in between the two, multi-layer and k-means multi-layer, and say between three sets of the testing procedures, and ultimately the result has been accurate at most 97 to 98%. And in future scope, we can also use that the location based weather forecasting, and not only rainfall, any parameters, that 9 parameters I have used, any one of the parameters, 9 parameters we can predict, such as maximum temperatures, minimum temperatures, water vapors maximum. So here I have predict the rainfall predictions also. So with this concept and some parameters concept, we can in near future we can also predict the earthquake predictions also, on the basis of, because earthquake is also an calamity, natural calamity in our in some sections. So here only this paper only for the weather forecasting, and some output data has been mentioned, and this is the results that I have shown here. And it is better that as but the discussions of the result that k-means layer, it is better, and sometimes more accurate result is has given. But some in conditions that number of, on the basis of number of hidden layers, if we have increased the number of hidden layers, then data output result has been deviated in some extent. So this is the diagrams that multiple neural network matlab segregate based, matlab cluster based, but location based, but all be enhanced in hybrid neural network model. Result can also can be enhanced in near future. That is in my visions now. In near future, it would be predicted in all more accurate result hybrid neural network. This is the formulas that how the weight has been updated. Simple the backpropagation technique formula use and use. And in futures, accurate estimation, location based, further location based area forecasting would be useful with this advent. And some reference links that I have used to go through the study before preparation, before creating this paper are mentioned here. So that's all for my presentations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sudipta Acharji. Any queries, sir?
Only one query I want to ask you. What are the measures did you take to find out the accuracy? What measures did you use to find out the accuracy, which you were telling that you got 86% or something?
So sigmoid function curve was used, as a sigmoid function was used, and accuracy means the means between mode between target or estimate. What is the outcome of this target value and what was the actual estimate? Because
which place did you increase or decrease the weight? Which situation did you increase or decrease the weight? I mean, on which parameter did you feel that I have to increase the or decrease the weight?
Some estimation, some error. If it is more than 0.5 values, So then the weight has been, whether 0.001 has been, error has been fixed at 0.001. If it is greater than the error value, some on the basis of some error content, error values, we have taken the difference between RT and RE. And if this value is within the target values, minimum values, but that is if the difference is less than 0.001,
Okay,
then
Acharya.
it has been updated.
Okay, right, good. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sudeep. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, sir.
Next, I would like to call Mr. Mekajia Mohammed to present his technical suggestion. Mr. Mekajia Mohammed. Am I audible? Am I audible, Mr. Mekajia Mohammed? Okay. We'll go with the next presenter, Mr. Mehrdad Ahmadi Nazar, going to present on a waste heat recovery in internal combustion engines using a novel absorption. So Mehrdad, am I audible? Please release your mute.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Now you can present your presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you so much. It's visible. Now you can start.
Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Mehrdad Ahmadinejad from Iran, and in this presentation I would like to present my paper entitled as "A Waste Heat Recovery in Internal Combustion Engines Using a Novel Absorption Power Cycle Thermodynamic Analysis." Okay, my presentation includes introduction in which the importance of the subject will be discussed, and cycle description where I will talk about the energy relation for each device and the working conditions and actually the conditions for the cycle. And after that, I will be talking about the results, and in the last part, I will conclude my presentation. Okay, as we all know that the internal combustion engines has been an essential power supply for road transport applications for decades. Another usage of internal combustion engines is to drive generators to produce electricity. According to the previous works in the internal combustion engines, approximately 60% to 70% of the fuel energy is being wasted into environment through exhaust gases and engine cooling systems, and sometimes lubricant. Then it is of great beneficial to use of this waste heat in engines. Since the waste heat is known as low temperature sources, therefore we have to form an efficient cycle to get the maximum efficiency of the waste heat. Due to the importance of energy, most researchers focused on using the waste heat in energy conversion systems to produce power. In this paper, actually, we have proposed a novel absorption power cycle to utilize the waste heat in commercial vehicle engines and analyze it from energy and economical point of view. Okay, so this is the cycle actually we have proposed here in this work, and the working fluid which we consider here is ammonia and water, and the actually blue line is the rich solution, which is 1 plus R kilogram rich solution, and enter the vapor generator, and here it produces 1 kilogram ammonia vapor and R kilogram actually weak solution as a saturated liquid. And this 1 kilogram ammonia vapor enters the superheater where its temperature increases because of the exhaust gas temperature. And exhaust gas is actually the main source in our cycle. And afterwards, it enters the turbine and produces work for us. And in the state 6, actually it enters condenser and leave it as a saturated liquid. So okay, let's get back to the actually weak solution here, because we know that actually the weak solution here has actually it is in a high temperature, and we have to decrease its temperature and its pressure. So we have actually used a preheater here to decrease the weak solution temperature, and also we have used a throttle valve to decrease its pressure in a state 10 to be as a saturated liquid. And this weak solution and ammonia water at state 7 and 10 enters absorber where actually they mix and leave it as a rich solution to be a saturated liquid. Okay, so and here in table 1, we have shown that the energy relation for each device, pump, preheater, vapor generator, superheater, turbine, condenser, and net output work. And actually, we have assumed some assumptions in this work that are as follows. The turbine is considered as an isentropic device. Pressure drop through heat exchangers is negligible, and kinetic and potential energy actually changes are ignored. Okay, and the working conditions for the proposed cycle is shown in table 2. And we have considered the high pressure of the cycle 20 bar, a low pressure of the cycle 2 bar, and exhaust gas temperature, which is the main source actually in our cycle, is 400 centigrade. And exhaust gas mass flow rate of engine is considered as 0.07. And this amount is very low. And if we increase this amount, it will actually affect our thermal efficiency. Okay, and inlet temperature of superheater, T4 on the cycle, is assumed to be 545. Outlet exhaust gas temperature of superheater, or T12, is considered as, actually this point is after the exhaust temperature, and is 200. And the temperature of outlet exhaust gas of engine is considered as 130, and rich solution mass fraction is considered to be 45%. Rich solution mass flow rate is considered to be 2.8573. Ammonia vapor mass fraction is considered to be 72.86. And weak solution mass fraction is considered to be actually 0.3, and weak solution mass flow rate is considered to be 1.8573. And pump isentropic efficiency and turbine isentropic efficiency actually assumed to be 85. And specific heat capacity of exhaust gas is considered to be 1.108. And we have considered another assumption here, vapor mass fraction at the states 1, 2, 8, and 7 in the cycle to be 0. And this means that actually the fluids, the working fluids on these states are considered to be as a saturated liquid. Okay, and hereafter I will be talking about the results. In this slide, I will be talking about the effect of heat source temperature and high pressure on the thermal efficiency. And in the left figure, we can see the effect of heat source temperature T11, or actually our exhaust gas temperature, which is the main source in our cycle, on thermal efficiency. We can see a slight increase in the thermal efficiency as heat source temperature increases from 450 to 550. And actually, this behavior is very clear, because when we increase the heat source temperature, we are just increasing the turbine's inlet temperature, so that it will actually lead to an increase in the thermal efficiency. And why it is actually a slight increase? Because actually we have considered a small amount of mass flow rate for the exhaust gas. And in the right figure, we can see the effect of high pressure pH on the thermal efficiency. And we can simply see that when the high pressure of the cycle is increasing from 20 bar to 50 bar, the thermal efficiency for different low pressure of the cycle is increasing as well. Okay. So, and here I am going to tell you about the effect of rich solution mass fraction and heat source on the thermal efficiency and net work output. So we can see actually, as we increase the rich solution mass fraction, the thermal efficiency is also increasing for different high pressure actually of the cycle, and low pressure 2 bar and T4, or actually the ammonia vapor is 545 Kelvin. And in the right figure, we can see the effect of heat source temperature or our exhaust temperature on the net output work. And we can also here see that when the heat source temperature increases from 450 to 550, the net output work of the turbine is increasing as well. And this is also clear because when we increase the exhaust temperature, actually we will see an increase in the net output work, because actually when we increase the heat source temperature, there is it doesn't affect on the pump work, and we all know that the net output work is the difference between the turbines work and the pump work, and it leads to a higher net output work. Okay, and here the effect of heat source temperature and high pressure on the factor of turbine size. Actually, to analyze the system economically, it was really important for us to consider this this point and the parameter SP, or the turbine size, in our work. And we have considered actually the effect of heat source temperature on the size of turbine, and we can see actually as we are just increasing the temperature, the turbine size is somehow constant, remains constant, but for different high pressure, actually it is increasing, because we all know that the turbines, actually a high pressure turbine has a small actually size. Okay, and in the right figure we can see the effect of high pressure on the turbine size, and we can see that as high pressure is increasing from 20 to 50, the size of turbine is also decreasing for different low pressure of the cycle. Okay, and here we can see in the right figure the heat source temperature, also its effect on the total heat transfer. We have considered this parameter, total heat transfer, because we also know that economically speaking, because we know that actually the cost of heat exchanger is really important, and we have considered this parameter also in our paper, and we can see that there is a slight increase in the total heat transfer as the heat source temperature increases, and also for different high pressure of the cycle. And to sum up, we can see the performance of the absorption power cycle in this table, and turbine work is about 376.8, and pump work is also 7.69, and the net work, which is the difference between turbine work and pump work, is to be 369.11, and size factor of turbine is 0.19, and also total heat transfer requirement is also 29.93, and the thermal efficiency of the cycle is 15.92, which is a high thermal efficiency for this cycle, because actually our source is a low temperature source. Okay, and in the end, I would like to conclude my presentation in the conclusion part. As you can see, as I said earlier, the thermal efficiency of the absorption power cycle under typical working conditions is 15.92%. That is a high efficiency rate for this work. The thermal efficiency of this cycle increases as the heating source temperature and the high pressure and the rich solution ammonia mass fraction increases. And the net output work of the proposed cycle in the assumed working conditions is 369.11, and improves with increasing in heat source temperature. And as I said earlier, improvement in the heat source temperature has no effect on turbine size due to the changes in the enthalpy drop in turbine. Yeah, when we actually increase the heat source temperature, there is no change in the enthalpy drop in turbine, and which is negligible with changing actually in exhaust gas temperature. And actually, finally, total heat transfer and the cost of heat exchanger remain constant with enhancing the heat source temperature. But as we saw earlier, the effect of pressure on enthalpy, the ammonia water cost of heat exchangers increases with increasing in the high pressure of the cycle. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahadar. Sir, any queries? Could proceed.
Okay.
No questions. You can carry on.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And the next technical session presenter is Mr. Santosh Borde, and he is going to explain on design of adaptation for e-learning system by analyzing learning preferences. So Santosh Bode. Santosh Bode, am I audible? Mr. Santosh Borde, am I audible? Okay, we'll go with the next presenter, who is Mr. Andhe Ferianto, explaining on correlation between online partial discharge intensity using RTD center and voltage breakdown test at 30 years large turbo generator. Sir Andhek, am I audible? Can you hear me, Mr. Andhek?
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
May I know your name, please?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Hi, my name is Syed Muhammad Akid Sezenabidin. I will be representative for Mr. Andi Tri Priyanto because right now he is not available because he's been hospitalized. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Santosh Bode, you can continue your session.
Okay.
Okay, am I talking to Mr. Ferianto?
I'm talking on his behalf. My name is Syed Muhammad Akid.
Okay, please you can proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, for now, I will present to you the correlation between online partial discharge intensity, PDI, using RTD resistant temperature detector sensor and voltage breakdown test at 30 years large turbo generator. Firstly, I would like to introduce the author, which is Mr. Andi Tri Friyanto from Engineering Department, PT Indonesia Power. Okay. Next is the background for this paper is the inner cool hydrogen generator 474 mega voltage ampere 23 kilovolt VPI has been operated from 1988 with average capacity factor more than 80% annually. In 2014, partial discharge intensity, which is PDI, reached an alarming state on RTD number 8B, slot 19 of 30 phase B and 12A, slot 29 of 30 phase A. The testing and justification from manufacturers shows that the activity of partial discharge is categorized to high level. This presentation proposed a correlation between indication of high PDI and breakdown voltage value. Value of PDI from the 30 years operated bar has been compared with PDI value from the new bars. Okay. This is from the turbine into the dimension. As you can see, the RTD sensor arrangement has been divided into two phases, which is phase A and phase B. Phase A is the red circle in RTD number 12A at slot number 29. Phase B is the value hexagon, the blue hexagon in RTD number 88 at slot number 19. From this table beside, as you can see, the power is 474 mega voltage ampere, and the nominal power output is 400 megawatt. The voltage is 23 kilovolt, and the cooling system is inner cool hydrogen. The hydrogen pressure inside is 3 kilogram per cm square, and the insulation class is F. The insulation system is epoxy mica paper. The insulation type is single VPI. The nominal speed for this turbine is 3000 RPM. The commercial operation is since 1988, and the total number of slot is 30 slot, and the total number of bar is 60 piece. Okay. Next is in this slide, it shows the online continuous partial discharge configuration. The data from RTD and RG58 codes has been analyzed by partial discharge analyzer, and the output parameter produced are PDI level, Qmax in millivolt, pass per second, phase PD, and lastly PD pattern values. Okay, next is the online partial discharge trending. As you can see from the graph, it shows the result from 2014 until 2018 has been recorded. The red color is RTD 12A and the blue color is RTD 8B. From graph, we can see that the significant difference between after the rewinding and before rewinding the turbine. For example, in June 30, 2015, the hydrogen pressure increased to plus minus 3.5 kilogram per cm square. And after the settle rewinding, there was significant decrease in partial discharge in RTD 8B and 12A, which is very good result. Okay, next is the phase resolve chart. Okay, in this slide, it shows two different charts, which is from before and after rewinding the starter. From this chart, the possible causes is thermal deterioration for RTD 8B and slot discharge activity for RTD 12A before rewinding. And after rewinding, partial discharge activity in bus is reduced significantly. Okay, next. Okay. Okay, in this slide, it shows the offline partial discharge test. Okay, the table shows that from the old bar B29 RTD number 12A and the new bar, the test voltage is recorded in 13.3, 16.6, and 23. And the partial discharge intensity at pass is 20 until 500, which is from 20, 50, 100, 200, and 500. It is also the same, and it is also recorded the same with the new bar. Okay. In this slide, the voltage breakdown test for the old bar and the new bar. In this slide, the average value of the breakdown test result between the old bar and the new bar is relatively the same. The average breakdown voltage for the old bar B29 result is 151 kilovolt, and for the new bar is 139 kilovolt. Okay, in this slide, it show the breakdown location for the old bar and also for the new bar. Okay, and lastly, for the conclusion, the voltage breakdown test result for the old bar is still in a good range and still far from the limit of safety margin for operation, which is 49 kilovolt, as per generator's surge arrestor cut-off voltage. Even the average value is still better than the new bar, the stator bar winding should be able to operate much longer. And lastly, after rewinding, the partial discharge intensity decreased in both RTD and coupling capacitor sensors, suggesting that the activity of the new partial discharge winding is lower and better than the old winding. The result shows the PDI level of old bars lower than the new bar. However, both of its breakdown voltage are similar. This shows that the high PDI level has low correlation with voltage breakdown threshold. Hence, it is needed to redefine the level of PDI which contribute to voltage breakdown value. Okay, and that's all for my presentation. If you have any question, you can write it up and I will pass it to the author. Thank you.
Any queries, sir? We can proceed so that we can pass it to the author, else we can go to the next presenter. Sir?
No questions.
Thank you, sir. Okay. We'll proceed with the next. Mr. Santosh Bhode. Santosh Bhode. Okay. The next presenter, Mr. Nagaraju, going to explain on non-linear Auerbach electroconvection in a serial fluid flowing in a vertical channel with permeable boundaries. Mr. Nagaraju.
I'm here. So what? How to proceed this one?
You can share your image.
Okay.
So once you share your presentation, you can open your presentation so that I have allowed it. You can start presenting it.
Okay. 1 minute. I'm doing first time here.
No problem. Take your time so that.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Nice. Now it is visible.
Okay.
You can start your presentation.
Myself, Nagaraj, assistant professor in Department of Mechanical Engineering, Siddhganga Institute of Technology, Tumkur. So my work is on the nonlinear Auerbach electroconvection in chiral fluid flowing in a vertical channel with permeable boundaries. So my co-authors are Sujata and Mr. B.M. Raj Prakash. Okay, so scheme of presentation, introduction, objective and scope of the present work, methodology, experimentation, result and discussion, the conclusion and references. So introduction. So in the recent years, there has been immense growth in new materials and wide variety of properties and characteristics, which include the nanomaterials, smart materials, biomaterial, metamaterial, liquid crystals, and the chiral materials. So by application of appropriate combination of and processing of these materials, a wide range of desired material characteristics can be obtained and are being used for the specific application. So smart fluids. So what is smart fluid? Smart fluid is nothing but the comprise of the suspension of the micro-sized particles in a dielectric carrier liquid. In the presence of the external stimuli, if you external stimuli like electric field and magnetic field, there will be significant increase in the resistance to the flow of the fluid. So there are number of special fluid in which the term smart has been applied, but most commonly used are the electrorheological fluid, magnetoreological fluid, ferrofluids, and nanofluids. These are they're going to change they're going to stimulate the external when the external fluid is applied. They change the properties. Okay, so basic configuration is this one. So fluid is there between the two electrodes. When this figure shows the figure A demonstrates the orientation of the particles in the absence of the applied fluid. It may be electric or magnetic or any change in the thermal field. Then the figure B demonstrates formation of the particle chain in a presence of the significant applied field. So there is a change in the structure of the fluid when it exposed to the magnetic or electric or other field. Okay, so the smart fluids mode of operations, there are three key modes of operation in which they are. First mode is both plates are stationary and the fluid flowing. So there is a change in the flow of the fluid when the external field is applied. So in our present work, we are concentrated to this mode of operation, that is the fluid is flowing between the channel. That is here the commonly used fluids are electrorheological fluid, magnetoreological fluid, nanofluids, and ferrofluids. So in the first time we are concentrating on the chiral fluids. Okay, so what is chiral? Chiral is nothing but the molecule or an object. Chiral is nothing but a molecular object that cannot be superimposed on its mirror image. So that type of that is called chiral. The molecular object cannot be superimposed on its mirror image. So chiral material is nothing but this material composed of chiral molecule or chiral inclusions. So there are two ways of realization of the chiral materials. One is natural chiral materials. This natural chiral materials is composed of natural chiral molecules or particles. So example for natural chiral materials or fluids is sugar solution, sugarcane solution, oil of turpentine, proteins, nutrients, amino acids, and carbohydrates, glucose, and most of the body fluids are made up of chiral molecules. So chiral molecule means molecules or an object cannot be superimposed on its mirror image. Okay, or natural chiral fluid. So what about artificial chiral materials? The artificial chiral materials also called as artificial chiral composites. So it is a dispersion of large number of miniature metals, helix, or carbon fibers, etc. in a dielectric medium. Okay, so this is an example for the chiral molecules, that is D-laminon and L-laminon. So D-laminon spelled like orange, that and its mirror image. The mirror image of this D-laminon is the L-laminon, is smell like a lemon. Okay. Then this is artificial chiral material. This helix based artificial chiral material. The sample of 30 centimeter diameter disc is fabricated by dispersion of the 6-ton stainless steel helix in a epoxy. So it is composed of helical springs. Okay, this in the resin, epoxy resin. So these are some of the objects of chiral example for chiral objects. Chirality expressed in the petals of flowers, in the shell of snail, in a helical building, a screw, so in a screw propeller, or in a our hand also chiral. What the mirror image of left hand is not synchronized, is equal to is superimposable. Okay, mirror image is not superimposable. So chirality and optical activity. So the turning of the plane of linearly polarized light about the direction of motion as a light travels through the certain materials, it is regarded as optical activity. So this is shown. So this is a schematic diagram of turning the linearly polarized light by chiral molecules. So optical activity, optically active organic molecules have spiral structure. Optically active chiral organic molecules have spiral structure like right-handed or left-handed. So this is what is electromagnetic chirality. So interaction between the electromagnetic wave. So interaction between the electromagnetic wave and the collection of the chiral objects of a given handedness cause the optical activity in the microwave region. This is regarded as electromagnetic chirality. Interaction between an electromagnetic wave and the collection of the chiral objects of a given handedness cause the optical activity in the microwave region is regarded as electromagnetic chirality. So in the microwave experiment by Lindemann and in 1922 and Pickering in 1945 were analogous to the optical experiment performed in the 19th century. So the results are demonstrated that collection of helix of the given handedness would rotate the plane of polarization of a linearly polarized microwave in one direction, while the collection of the helix of opposite direction and opposite handedness would rotate the plane of polarization in the opposite direction. So this has been increase in the interest in studying the interaction of electromagnetic field with chiral materials. So considerable work has been done to study the effect of electromagnetic wave propagation in a chiral material. There is a number of literature is available to study the effect of the electromagnetic wave propagation in a chiral materials. The why chiral materials? Chiral materials is important in many practical applications in the development of biomaterials for artificial organs and biointerface material based on the chiral polymers. The chiral inclusions dispersed in dielectric matrix are called as chiral composite materials. These materials have attractive application in radar observing materials and this one. The modern communication and display technologies, for example, most common liquid crystal displays (LCDs) process the chiral molecules. The self-assembly of optimum arrangement of the charged molecules in the nanotechnology and biological applications, and the electromagnetic targeted drug delivery using the micro and the nanofluids. Since about more than half of the drug currently in use are chiral components, so on. So thus in the present work, it is intended to study the flow response of a chiral fluid flowing in a vertical channel in a vertical channel bounded by rigid permeable boundaries maintained at different temperature in the presence of a applied transverse magnetic field and the electric field are both. So objective of the work is the chiral material are electromagnetically active materials in the sense that the chiral molecule have ability to rotate the electromagnetic wave and are linearly polarized light to a desired angle depending upon the orientation of the molecules or inclusion and the length of the materials. This property therefore exists by nature in the chiral materials. It has been observed from the literature that there is no publication published information to study the behavior or the convection or the flow response of chiral fluid confined between the boundaries in the presence of magnetic field or electric field or both, in spite of their importance in many applications. Thus, keeping all this in the view, the objective of the present work is to study the overbreak convection, that is a convection, that is our flow response of the chiral fluid in this one chiral confined in a vertical channel bounded by permeable boundaries in the presence of applied electric field and magnetic field by determining the velocity distribution and the temperature distribution. So what is the sum of the scope of this work? The type of fluid is considered as incompressible chiral fluid. So generally we consider general fluid considered the sugarcane solution or like a sugar solution. So in electrical conductivity considered is very negligible below the this one electrically poorly conducting fluid, and electric current we consider is convection current only, convective current. Magnetic field is J cross P, Lorentz force we consider. Electric field is applied under rho E into E, and the constitutive equations for chiral fluid is taken as D is equal to D. This is a constitutive equation. So this is different from the ordinary fluids. Okay, so chiral parameters, that is one chiral parameter is, if it is one, the chiral fluid comprises of right-handed molecules only, and if the chiral parameter is equal to -1, the chiral fluid comprises only left-handed molecules. If chirality is chiral parameter, that is chirality is 0, the chiral fluid comprises both equal amount of left-handed and the right-handed. So flow is considered as two-dimensional flow, and the physical configuration is considered as infinite rectangular vertical channel bounded on both sides by rigid permeable isothermal boundaries of it to be kept at different temperature. The temperature of the outer and the cooler plate respectively T2 and T1. Okay, the suction and injection velocity of uniform suction and the injection velocity V0 is assumed at the boundaries. Type of convection is the overbreak convection, in which the temperature gradient is maintained perpendicular to the gravity. The fluid movement arises instantaneously due to the generation of the vortices at the boundaries. So this is a physical configuration. The vertical channels we consider the chiral fluid is flowing in the channel. The width of the channel is 2b, and the suction and injection velocity is taken, and the magnetic field gravity is the downward, and the magnetic field is applied in z direction, and the electric field is at the y direction. Okay, temperature hotter and colder filter is T2 and T1 respectively. Okay, so these are the basic equations. These are the basic equations. We consider the continuity equation, the Bosniak approximation we did, and the momentum equation. This is J cross B is Lorentz force, the magnetic force, and the rho E into E is a force, body force. This one is force due to the electric field. So this is the energy equations, and these equations are these are the conservation of charge and the electric current, and the Maxwell's equations also considered because we applied the electric and magnetic field scheme. And this is the constitutive equation for the chiral fluid. This is the chiral fluid, which is B U is equal to mu H. This is the constitutive equation for hydrogen fluid. For chiral fluid this is the constitutive equation. And the chiral parameter is greater than 0 means chiral parameter is right-handed molecules, and the less than 0 means left-handed molecules. Chiral parameter chirality is equal to 0 means equal number of right-handed and left-handed parameters from molecules. Okay, so these are the approximation, bosonic approximation we made, and the steady state and approximation, spiral spatial assumptions, and the incompressible fluid suction and injection velocity as constant, suction and injection velocity, fully developed flow, uniform fluid properties, and these are the electric field and magnetic field. Here to solve the equation, this one equation is non-dimensionalized and simplified and non-dimensionalized, and these are the non-dimensionalized parameters we selected for simply this one non-dimensionalized the equation, the momentum equation. Then these equations are solved using these boundary conditions analytically using the linear perturbation method, and the analytically and electric numerically using the finite difference method. Okay, so this so this go to the result and discussion, and this is the obtained results are plotted for velocity against the velocity against the distance between the plates. So that is for various dimensionless parameters. And what is interesting is there is the as the chirality changes. Okay, there is a you see here the chirality as a this one chirality changes from -1 to the +1. What is it? There we can observe the change in the direction of the fluid flow. So that is observed that we can, by changing the chirality, by controlling the chirality, we can control the flow, flow of the fluid. So this is we are interested, and this is what the numerical theoretical study is we did, that is we solved the equations for general this one analytically and supported by numerical, but still experimentation we have to do. Some experimentation to do for justify this theoretical results. Okay. And then in conclusion, the flow response of the chiral fluid flowing in a vertical channel bounded by permeable boundaries was studied in the presence of applied transverse magnetic field, applied electric field, and temperature gradient. Both magnetic force and electric force effect is considered. This one was considered in conversion of the momentum equation. So in the present work, it was concluded that resistance to the flow of the chiral fluid decreases with increase in the electromagnetic number, and the resistance to flow of the chiral fluid increases with increase in the electric number. So variation of the temperature distribution between the plates is minimal. So temperature variation is minimal to increase in the electromagnetic number and electric number, and here the flow reversal occurs with the change in the value of the chirality. So change in the chirality from -1 to +1. So temperature distribution is maximum when the value of the chirality is -1, and the minimum at the when the value of the chirality is +1. So by here the chirality, that is the orientation of the molecules or objects, affect the flow of by controlling the orientation. We can control the velocity of the fluid. So this is our work. Okay, thank you for giving opportunity to present our work in your conference. Any queries?
Thank you so much, Mr. Nagaraj, for presenting.
Thank you.
Okay, we will go with the next participant, who is Mr. Mekharjia Mohammed, going to explain on simulation of method for measuring non-static acoustic impulse response by NLMS. NLMS algorithm. Good afternoon, Mr. Mukherjee. Am I audible? Please release your mute. Mukherjee, please release your mute. Release your mute so that it will be audible for everyone. At your down corner, you can see an option called mute, unmute. Please. Mr. Mukherjee, can you hear me? Please unmute. At left down corner, you can see an option called unmute. Okay, please try to resolve. Yes. Is it audible, Mukherjee?
I present my mon article en French.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mukherjee. You can start your presentation. Can you hear me?
Je vous entends mal.
From your side, the internet is interrupting. Try to get good quality of internet so that. Can you hear me, Mr. Mukherjee?
Je vous entends mal.
Sorry?
I have a presentation. Est-ce que je peux le décaler? Est-ce que je peux décaler la présentation?
There is much of voice interruption from your side. Means like internet interruption. Can you rectify it, please?
You understand French? You understand French?
No, I cannot hear you. Your voice is not audible. Your voice is not.
Do you speak French?
No, I don't speak French, Mr. Mukherjee. I speak English. Because all our participants know the English as a common language, so we conduct the meeting in English. So if you're ready with your presentation, you can proceed with English.
I don't tell.
Mr. Mukherjee, try to resolve your problem from your side.
I have presentation mon article
Mr. Mukherjee, can you hear me?
After what?
Please, Mr. Mukherjee, we will give you some time. Try to resolve your issue from your end. We will proceed with the next person. And the next participant is Mr. Shahnawaz Ayub. Shahnawaz Ayub, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. Am I? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible, Mr. Shahnawaz Ayub. You can start your presentation.
Is my screen visible to all of you, sir?
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
Just a second. Hi, everyone. This is Shahnawaz from Jammu and Kashmir. There might be a delay in the internet because we do not have high-speed internet over here, but still I'll try my best. So my topic is a comparative analysis of ECG signal denoising using different methods. This is my biography, Shehnawaz. I have done Masters in Computer Science from Kashmir University, and right now I'm doing research in Shri Venkateshwara University, Amroha. This is the research paper, and this is all about ECG, electrocardiogram. As we know, electrocardiogram offers various scientific details on heart failure. High quality ECG signals are still needed for proper diagnosis of cardiac disorder. So the main purpose of this research paper is, which is not a research paper right now, but I'm on the first phase of literature reviewing. So this is important to have a best ECG possible without any noise. The thing which I am planning to do is to provide some algorithm which will decrease the noise in the ECG. Whenever an ECG is taken by the technician under the supervision of the clinician, there are some noise in it. Noise that is because of the movement of the patient or anything, the fluctuation in the electric signal or the electricity, or there's some anything in the equipment. So what I'm planning to do, I'm planning to propose an algorithm which will help to denoise the ECG signal. And in the introduction part, ECG is the recording of the electric activity of the heart. It's very important for screening and diagnosis of many diseases. For its importance, an ECG signal should be presented as clean and clear as possible to support accurate decision by the physician and the doctor. As an electrical signal, ECG is susceptible to different kind of noises. The main source of its noise are electrical activities of the body muscles, baseline shift because of respiration, poor contact of electrodes. Electrodes are those small things which are attached to the body during the ECG. So this I told already, this is very important. What happens during the activity when ECG is taken, the noise is added to the waveform of the ECG. So I have studied some previous techniques which are good enough to denoise the ECG. So these are some techniques like which are here. Some techniques are RLS, LMS, Swickes-Glowley filtering, denoising performance. These techniques are done using the MATLAB, and they produce the good results, but not as good as the clinician needs it. Here I'll show you a figure of the original ECG at 100 data, and this is what happens. The second one is, this is what happens when noise gets added to it. And these images are from the previous papers which I studied, and this is what they have done. After filtering the signal, they have denoised it, and this looks somehow perfect. Imagine if a clinician is handled with this ECG 100 plus noise graph. Imagine what will happen to the patient and what diagnosis will clinician be able to do. Imagine when we do not have much time to take second ECG of the patient to fix the equipment. Imagine what will happen to the patient. So in that case, this is a must challenge to denoise the ECG signal. This is the conclusion of it, which I have prepared. These are the various techniques, various methods by which the noise in the ECG is denoised at different input sound to noise ratio at different decibels at 6, 10, 12, 10, 15, 20. And these are the wave soft threshold, EMD wavelet, and these are the results of the different methods at decibel 6, at 10, at 15, at 12. These are some previous papers, and there were some papers. The base paper which I am planning to consider is a IEEE paper published in 2017. So the proposed work is my job would be to reduce this as much as possible. So these are the this is what I have put it on the table, the different techniques and how much they are able to reduce the noise. This is another image from the paper. This is the original ECG, and this is what happened when the noise gets involved into it. This this is a simple graph. And one more thing what I did is that I saw this noisy ECG, this diagram. This was I find this was almost in every paper which I read. So I put it here. Noisy ECG signal, then the signal is divided, and this is the almost the same architecture in the noise denoising methods, which they this is the similar. I find this similar in every paper and every technique. So I find it and put it here. This is a kind of step by step what is what they have done already. And thank you. Hello.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Shanwa Ayub. If any queries, so that we can proceed with the query session. Okay, thank you so much. Let's go with the next presenter, Ms. Shweta Donsde, going to present on intuitionistic fuzzy sets based in painting for reconstruction of heritage images. Ms. Shweta, am I audible?
Yes, Shriniket, you're audible. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. So I shall share my screen now.
Yes. Yes, you're most welcome. You can share it.
Yeah, I hope it is visible.
Yes, it's visible. You can present.
A very good afternoon to one and all. It is afternoon in my area, which is I'm from Nagpur, India. So today I'm going to present a presentation on intuitionistic fuzzy set based in painting for reconstruction of heritage images. My co-author is Dr. Milind Mushraf. Just a brief introduction about both of us. So I did my BE and MTech in electronics engineering, and my areas of research are medical image processing, image restoration. I'm currently working as an assistant professor in Department of Electronics Engineering at Yashwantrao Chauhan College of Engineering, Nagpur. The co-author of my paper, Dr. Milind Mushraf, he did his B and ME from the Balchand College of Engineering, Sangli, and he did his PhD from IIT Kharagpur. He is presently working as a professor in the Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering at Yashwantrao Chauhan College of Engineering, Nagpur itself. So his area of research are computer vision, image processing, and machine learning. So this is the abstract of my presentation. So basically, image in painting is a process of reconstructing the damaged or missing part of an image. In earlier times, this process was conducted by skilled artists, painters, to restore the Renaissance paintings or other artwork of eminence. But since it was a manual process, this was very tedious and strenuous, and therefore the digital image in painting was introduced. The application of in painting is in wide range of areas. Either it is used to reconstruct the damaged images. The 3D inpainting is also used to reconstruct the murals. Then the inpainting is also used for reducing the errors conducted in the data transmission. So there are varied applications In particular, in this paper, the application of inpainting for reconstruction of heritage images is considered. Now, these heritage images, they pose a challenging task for reconstruction because of its high resolution and because of its meaningful structure content as well. So there are traditional exemplar-based algorithms, which are very popular algorithms for image inpainting. So I have compared my results with the most popular algorithm for the inpainting procedure. So in this paper, I have also proposed a different algorithm based on this exemplar-based inpainting, which uses the concepts of intuitionistic fuzzy sets so as to reduce the errors or reduce the miscalculations in the earlier inpainting algorithms. Now, let us have a brief introduction about the inpainting. It is a process of reconstructing the damaged part or a missing part. So either it is used for removing the damage from photographs as shown in the second row, or it is used to remove the object from an image and fill the area after object removal such that it is not, it doesn't stand out, it is visibly plausible. That is, you may not know that there is some object in that area present. So the first row shows the object removal portion of the image in painting. The second row shows the damage removal part of the image in painting. I'll be focusing on the reconstruction of the lost part of the heritage images using the inpainting procedure. So from the literature survey, the inpainting techniques have been categorized on basic three categories. First is diffusion based, exemplar based, and sparse representations. The diffusion based is further categorized as parametric models, which uses the variational models or energy minimization problems, and partial differential equations. Basically, these type of inpainting techniques, that is the diffusion one, using the PDEs and all, they are used for removing the scratches from the images. But in case of reconstruction of heritage images, where a major portion of the image is lost, in that case, I will be focusing on the exemplar-based methods and proposing modified exemplar-based methods based on the intuitionistic fuzzy sets. So this is a brief overview about the exemplar-based inpainting method. The green portion indicates an image, wherein the white portion is the area removed from the image. Theta shows the unknown region, that is the region removed, and the green part shows the known region. So basically in inpainting, exemplar-based inpainting, what happens is there a matching patch is searched in the known part of the image, and that matching patch is copied on to the unknown part, and gradually the algorithm proceeds towards the center of the image. So it is like an onion peel. So from outwards to inwards, the information goes on filling. So this is the mathematical model of inpainting, wherein the algorithm includes 4 major steps. First one is to initialize the target region, that is the region to be filled. A mask is created after the selection of the target region, and this process can be done either manually or automatically, but here in this paper it has been done manually. Then identifying the fill front, that is the boundary of the target region, is to be identified. On every pixel on the boundary of the target region, a patch is formed. So the patch size is it's needed to be given at the initialization stage. The selection of patch size is such that it should be greater than the size of the text cell. So suppose my text cell size is 8, so I will select a patch of 4 by 4, window size of 4. That means my patch will be of 9 by 9, so as to have a successful inpainting result. After all the patches are formed on the boundary, a priority is conducted. So all the patches are given priority value depending on the information content in that patch. So the patch which has the maximum priority value gets filled in first. So for the maximum priority patch, the algorithm searches for the best exemplar or best match patch from the known region. After that, the patch is copied on to the highest priority patch, and the updating fill front is updated again, and the algorithm continues until all the unknown pixels are filled. So this is the procedure of original image object selection, mask creation. This mask after creation is convolved with the original image to create the 2 separate regions. So the black portion in the fourth image shows the unknown region, that is the region to be inpainted, and the rest of the image is the target region. Now, how these priorities are calculated? So this priority term, the base paper is by Cremonesi, which is given in my reference number 5. He proposed that the priority can be calculated by a product of confidence and data term. So confidence is given in the equation number 4, which is basically the total number of on pixels in a patch divided by the area of the patch. And data term gives the allows the contour to propagate in the correct direction. So data term again is a product of gradient and isoforce. So this figure, uh, so this gradient and isoforce, they are perpendicular to each other. This is how confidence term is calculated. So 0 shows the unknown area, 1 shows the known source area, and total number, the green patch, the green square shows one patch, the red square shows another patch. The number of on pixels in a patch gives you the confidence value divided by its area. So here a calculation is shown of the confidence value. Now here what happens when the algorithm moves towards the unknown part, as it moves, if the area removed is quite large, then more and more number of unknown pixels are present. So that means the overall confidence reduces drastically. So this drastic drop of confidence results into the less visibly plausible result of the inpainting. So to correct this problem, here an intuitionistic fuzzy set based method is proposed, wherein the image is fuzzified, so that instead of having this crisp value 0 or 1, the image is fuzzified so as to boost the confidence. After fuzzification, as the principle of intuitionistic fuzzy set says, a membership value, a non-membership value, and an hesitancy is calculated, and depending on that, the distance between the matching patch and the target patch is found out through this formula for distance. Now here in this paper, I have used the sum of absolute difference distance measure. In intuitionistic fuzzy set, all the distance measure present in normal for finding out distance between two sets or 2 points are extended to the fuzzy sets and intuitionistic fuzzy sets. So such extension is used here to find the best match patch. So this is the brief flow chart of the proposed algorithm, where the input image is fuzzified. 3 parameters are found out: membership, non-membership, and hesitancy. After finding out these 3 parameters, the priority of the patches are calculated. The highest priority patch will be filled in first. The distance from that patch from the known area will be found out depending upon the 3 criteria considered in the distance measure. So in this distance measure also 3 criteria is considered. First is the membership one, second is the non-membership, and third is the hesitancy. So depending on all these 3 criteria, best match patch will be searched. Now how this algorithm works better than the traditional algorithm? In a traditional algorithm, it may happen that 2 patches which are, or any one patch which is the best match patch, may not have a smooth transition. So for that smooth transition, though the distance is minimum, that if the patch is copied down onto the target, it may not give the visible plausibly result. So for that purpose, for the best patch to be searched, the transition level should also be considered. So here in this intuitionistic fuzzy sets, 3 criteria under the patch undergoes screening through the 3 criteria, and the best match patch is found out. So these are the results. So column 1, column A shows here the original image. Now these heritage images are taken from the Bishnupur Heritage Image Database, which is freely available on its website. The government of India has floated the database for the researchers to conduct different experiments for reconstruction of such heritage images. So I have taken these images from the Jor Bangla temple. So that Jor Bangla temple the image has been cropped from different angles, and I have found out 3 portions of that Jor Bangla temple which needed to be reconstructed. So as you can see, these 2 tiles are missing here in the JB6 image. Now these Bishnupur heritage images, this is a probable candidate for the UNESCO heritage site. And the speciality of these temples is that they are made of terracotta murals. So terracotta murals tend to fade away because of in duration of time. So here such tile is missing in the JB6 image. I have selected this as a mask here. So the second column shows the mask selection. The third column shows the convolution of mask with the original image. This is the Criminis algorithm, which is the base paper using the exemplar method, and it is the most popular algorithm used. And this is the result of the last column is the result of the proposed IFS based inpainting method, where you can see the inpainting has been conducted in a more visibly plausible manner. JB1 is another image of the Jorbangla temple, wherein the two methods show the clear-cut differentiation that our method based on the intuitionistic fuzzy set fares quite well in comparison with the earlier methods. Now regarding the quality assessment, as I have said, terminology visibly plausible, that means visually it should be acceptable. The reconstructed portion should not stand out. Now it is our human tendency to find continuity in the pictures. So if I say an object is being removed from a table, so instantly our first perception will be to find the boundary of the table if it is reconstructed properly. So depending on that, different image inpainting quality assessment methods have been found out. Now in this quality assessment methods, they have been categorized in two parts, objective and subjective. So objective methods are reference images available. So you know what was the original image, and from that you are constructing the damaged portion and then comparing the reconstructed part with the original one. And the second, in the no reference one, the reference image is not available. But here in the paper suggested by Paul Ardis, which is given in the references, he floated a quality assessment standard that was the saliency. So his concept was, if the pixels of the inpainted region stands out, that is the saliency of that particular region. So that saliency should be minimum, so that we can say the result is plausible. But in that case, if the image consists of lot of structure, this method fails. That is why still the most robust method for quality assessment of inpainting is subjective qualitative assessment. Now in this subjective assessment, subjective score is considered. So I had shown these images to observers. So 16 observers took part in the survey, out of which 8 were female, 8 were male. All had corrected or normal vision. They all were from different backgrounds. Some were from technical, some did not have any idea about the engineering at all. Different age groups were also considered. And the second criteria was they were shown the results at the ledger. So for any duration of time, they can observe the two images, that is the reconstructed one and the original one, and can comment on the quality of inpainting. So this was the observer survey form floated to these observers, where score 1 is the poorest score, least score, and 5 is the best result of inpainting. So this is the graph obtained from the average observer score. So from 1 to 5 marks, our proposed IFS method gives the more visibly plausible result as per the observer's score also. So conclusion is that the problem of reconstruction of these heritage images is analyzed, and a possible solution is proposed using the intuitionistic fuzzy sets. Why we have selected the intuitionistic fuzzy sets? Because there are many methods nowadays available which uses neural nets, which uses different adversarial networks and all. But if the process can be done by using a very simplistic approach, then why to complicate it? So that was our major point, and we propose this a very simplistic approach for inpainting using the IFS. Subjective assessment is also obtained through the observer score, because it is thought that the human perception is more accurate, or it is found to be the best judge. These are my references. Thank you. Any questions from your side?
Shweta, can you tell me what is the size of data set you have used? How many images did you use?
Sir, I conducted this survey on 30 images. but the size of the images vary because I have scaled down for the purpose of reducing the complexity. My algorithm becomes slow if the images are of very, very high resolutions. So I have scaled it down.
Okay, so in future, how many images would you like to take? 30 is a very small number.
Yeah, I got 30 images, heritage images.
No, but 30 is a very small number, right? In
Yes,
future,
sir.
suppose if you have to extend this work,
Yes, sir.
at least minimum 3000 images should be there.
Yes, sir. There are few images available for the processing of neural network data sets, like thousands of images are available. But for the heritage images, the data set was very limited. So I'll see. That is a good input. I'll surely look into this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sunil Gurada sir, for your valuable suggestion. So the next participant is Ms. Jyoti Yadav. Ms. Jyoti Yadav, am I
Yes,
audible?
sir, I'm here. Yes, you are audible. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, please share your screen and you can start presenting. Yes, your screen is shared and you can start presenting.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is computation offloading in core computing, use cases, techniques, and issues. Basically, this is a review article which identify what are the different use cases of fog computing and what are the different techniques used by different researchers for offloading in fog computing. So in this paper, I have identified 5 W's and 1 H for computation offloading, along with the different use cases and variation parameters like energy, delay, bandwidth, which are used for the performance analysis of the different techniques. And finally, some open research issues related to the computation offloading are also investigated to point out future research direction. So basically, fog computing is the as computing means providing the services near to the as devices. So with the emergence of IoT devices, if we send some data to the cloud, then latency will increase and energy consumption will increase. So fog, that is near to the as device, it is one hop away from the as devices. So computation offloading is basically offloading the resource intensive task to the remote server. It may be the fog or it may be the cloud, depending on the current environment or scenario. So these are the 5 W's and 1 H for offloading. What to offload, why to offload, when to offload, where to offload, who will offload, and how to offload. Actually, it's not necessary कि always offloading is beneficial, but in some situation like if we consider today's scenario, we have face recognition application, augmentation reality, video surveillance. So in that case, our as devices having limited resources, and with those resources, if we are not able to execute the application, in that case we can offload to the another server or another location and then collect the result back. So what to offload, it deals with what tasks could be offloaded and what tasks should be offloaded. Means it's not necessary to always offload. So here we can use different application partitioning methods which are used to identify which code should be offloaded. So there are different techniques used by the researcher like brute force method, heuristic method, fuzzy logic, greedy methods to identify the part of the code which should be offloaded to the fog server or to the cloud. Why to offload? There are various parameters which are used to find the reason for this question. Like if we have a task which have high computation power, in that case we can distribute that task to the different fog nodes and then collect the result and send back to the user. If it may be a data security issue, it may be if you want to store permanent data and you have limited storage, in that case you can also offload your data to the some cloud storage or fog node storage. So these are the various parameters which are considered for to answer the question why to offload. Next is when to offload. When to offload does not depend on user requirement, but it's depend on the current scenario or the environment. That means how much computation of how much resources are available with us, what is the network status, means available bandwidth. If there is limited bandwidth, then it's not necessary, then it's not beneficial to offload that particular task, because it will increase delay. So in this situation, we should consider the current context to offload the task. Where to offload? If we consider fog computing, then we have three layers: end devices, fog devices, and cloud. If we it may possible ki end device themselves execute the application, it may offload to the fog. If fog node have limited capabilities, then in that case we can also offload to the cloud also. So where to offload? This is a question. If we select fog node, then what is the effect on the parameters like energy and delay? So we should consider all these things to decide where to offload. Next, who will offload? Who will offload? It is the module. Generally we use decision engine or orchestrator. Its task is to to calculate all the cost or current parameters which are available. On the basis of that, it decides where to offload and what to offload. So it can be centralized or it can be distributed. Centralized, for example, in fog node, we have a gateway and we can make them make it a decision engine, or the individual device can automatically decide whether we should offload or not. So it can decision engine can be centralized or distributed. And how to offload? That means there are various applications are offloaded system level, application level, and method level. Means we use VM also and container also for offloading purpose. So in system level, everything is used from operating system to kernel. In method level, a code fragment is used. So this is the table which shows you what are the different variation parameters considered by different researchers for evaluating computation offloading frameworks like delay, energy, channel capacity, cost, parameter, data rate, computation capability, heterogeneity, and bandwidth. Generally, researchers did the trade-off between energy and delay. The next table shows the different use cases where it is used, like in healthcare monitoring, counting the number of person in the images, scanning car number to gather the car details, location-based services, game theory, and environment monitoring systems. In the next table shows what are the different techniques used by the researchers to implement computation offloading, like Nash equilibrium, Markov decision model, fuzzy logic, Janstic algorithm, Q-learning, multiple choice knapsack problem, interior point based method, alternate direct method of multiplier, and distributed alternate direction methods. So while considering the computation offloading, there are various challenges like platform variety. That means we have a variety of as devices which have different configuration, different type of resources. So heterogeneity is the main criteria for offloading. Second one is fault tolerance. That means if a device is connected, is offloading the task, and in the meantime it got disconnected, then in that case what we can do, that comes under fault tolerance. Security, that means if we are sending our data to another location, so some security issues arises. Context awareness, context, it relate with the current context, means how much resources are available, how much bandwidth is available. All these are parameters should be considered for decision making. And a service level agreement, means if we are offloading the task and getting result back, so there should not be any service level agreement violation. So in my research work, I'm considering what and where aspect of computation offloading. What will represent, means what part of the task should be offloaded for the computation purpose. And second parameter, second thing which I am considering is where. That means where should I offload my task, means at the edge device, at the fog, or to the cloud. So there are various optimization technique also which are used for this task allocation to the remote servers. So this paper is focusing on the use cases and variation parameters and the future research direction of the computation offloading. These are the references which I have used. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jyoti.
Thank you
with
so
this,
much.
we have any queries so that we can proceed? Else,
yeah, only one question, Jyoti. Did you carry out any experimental results, or this is just a kind of
No, sir, no experimental results.
it's a review kind of paper, survey?
Yes, sir. It's a review article.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. So with this, we are concluding the session, and overall technical sessions has been completed. I just want to thank Mr. Sunil Buttada, our session chair, by giving this offer valuable information and sessions to all our technical people. And I just want to, on behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. Thank you all for participating in our conference, and stay tuned with us for more updates regarding the IFERP conferences. Thank you so much, one and all. We'll meet in the next one.
Niket, thank you, Abhinav Das, Abhinav. Thank you so much. Right.
Welcome, sir. You're most welcome. I'm so glad to talk to you. Thank you so much, sir.
Same.
And thank you all.